Okay, guys. Jeez. I have no idea how much of that actually popped up when I was setting things up. It's been I was flipping things. There's backend to the startup of the stream. At least with the way I do it. I was definitely messing things up there. So yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Audiobook stream, yeah? That's right. We left off with this dream team right here. Conquering a high dragon like it's nothing. One take Jake, right? I'm early. About 2 minutes. I do be early. Howdy, howdy. It gets known to happen occasionally. Believe it or not, I used to have a much earlier starting time. I was trying to run on a completely opposite time zone. That's rough. So I guess at that point it's late. At what point does it change from being late to early? I feel like that would have been it. I was starting at like a crazy hour, so. Favors from certain interested parties? Uh-huh. Right. Okay. Yeah. Wow, I have every single codex on creatures. I mean, we are kind of far into the game. I almost got every character, too. We're kind of... I haven't done shit. I'm a mage, and I haven't done shit for spell combinations. Shame on me. No wonder I've been getting my ass kicked so much. Yeah, how about we start jumping into the meat of this? I'm pretty proud about having every creature. Ain't that groovy? And I barely read any of them. I'm pretty sure I've done Abomination. I can read it just for the fun of it. I'm not going to read the ones that I've already read in past streams. You want to hear them? They're out there on the VOD. They can be found on those. Today will only be the ones that are new and flashing and fancy. Yeah. Also, hi Jade. How you doing? What's good? Alright, so how about we start with Abomination? Eh? The creatures of Dragon Age origins. An abomination. We arrived in the dead of night. We had been tracking the Maleficar for days and finally had him cornered. Or so we thought. As we approached, a home on the edge of the town exploded, sending splinters of wood and fist-sized chunks of rocks into our ranks. We had but moments to regroup before fire rained from the sky, the sounds of destruction wrapped in a hideous laughter from the center of the village. There, perched atop the spire of the village chantry, stood the mage, but he was human no longer. We shouted prayers to the Maker and deflected what magic we could, but as we fought, the creature fought harder. I saw my comrades fall, burned by the flaming sky or crushed by debris. The monstrous creature, looking as if a demon were wearing a man like a twisted suit of skin, spotted me and grinned. We had forced it to this, I realized. The mage had made this pact, given himself over to the demon to survive our assault. Maybe I haven't read this one. This doesn't sound familiar. Transcribed from a tale told by a former Templar. In Cumberland, 884 blessed. It is known that mages are able to walk the Fade while completely aware of their surroundings, unlike most others who may only enter the realm as dreamers and leave it scarcely aware of their experience. Demons are drawn to mages, though whether it is because of this awareness or simply by virtue of their magical power in our world, it's unknown. Regardless of the reason, a demon always attempts to possess a mage when it encounters me. By force or by making some kind of deal, depending on the strength of the mage. Should the demon get the upper hand, the result is an unholy union known as an abomination. Abominations have been responsible for some of the worst cataclysms in history, and the notion that some mage in a remote tower could turn into such a creature, unbeknownst to any, was the driving force behind the creation of the Circle of Magi. Thankfully, abominations are rare. The Circle has methods for weeding out those who are too at risk for demonic possession, and scant few mages would give up their free will to submit to such a bond with the demon. But once an abomination is created, it will do its best to create more. Considering that entire squads of Templars have been known to fall at the hands of a single abomination, it is not surprising that the Chantry takes the business of the Circle of Magi very serious indeed. Flashy? What's flashy now? Not bad? Good to hear. I'm alright. I'm hoping I get through today without destroying my throat. Be trying to drink plenty of water, yeah? Alright, next up after O-A-Bomb is the Arcane Horror. Upon ascending to the second floor of the tower, we were greeted by a gruesome sight. A ragged collection of bones wearing the robes of one of the senior enchanters. I had known her for years, watched her raise countless apprentices, and now she was a mere puppet for some demon. Transcribed from a tale told by a Templar in Antiva City, 713 Storm. Demons, of course, have no form in our world. When they enter, either where the veil is particularly thin, or through blood magic summoning, they must take possession of a body. When a pride demon takes control of the corpse of a mage, an arcane horror is born. Although they appear to be little more than bones, these are fierce creatures, possessing not only all the spellcasting abilities of a living mage, but also the capacity to heal and even command other animated corpses. They do be kind of a pain, don't they? Alright, Archdemon time. Yes, we're hitting kind of the big notes first, aren't we? Shortly after Archdemon, we have Bear. there's a little bit of a gap there. Alright, Archdemon. In darkness eternal they searched for those who had goaded them on, until at last they found their prize, their god, their betrayer, the sleeping dragon Dubat. Their taint twisted even the false god, and the whisperer awoke at last, in pain and horror, and led them to wreak havoc upon all the nations of the world. The First Blight. Threnodius 8-7. The false dragon gods of the Tevinter Imperium lie buried deep within the earth, where they have been imprisoned since the Maker cast them down. No one knows what it is that drives the Darkspawn in their relentless search for the sleeping old gods. Perhaps it is instinct, as moths will fly into torch flames. Perhaps there is some remnant of desire for vengeance upon the ones who goaded the Magisters to assault heaven. Whatever the reason, when Darkspawn find one of these ancient dragons, it is immediately afflicted by the taint. It awakens twisted and corrupted, and leads the Darkspawn in a full-scale invasion of the land. A blight. Earthmiel was once the Tevinter god of beauty. In ancient times, he was worshipped by musicians, artists, and poets. The Feast of Earthmiel was the grandest celebration of the year, an event that lasted a full 12 days. Plays and entire symphonies were written in his honor. Now, he's a maddened husk of his former self, filled with nothing but a desire to destroy all life. So is it Earthmiel that we have to contend with in this one? How poetic. You ash wraiths. Legend has it that when Andraste's ashes were taken into hiding, some of her closest disciples gave themselves to the fire, that their restless souls might remain to guard her final resting place forever. Whether they are the spirits of Andraste's disciples or merely Fade spirits, the temple that houses the sacred urn is filled with wraiths. Created from a burnt corpse, an ash wraith is a powerful and amorphous opponent able to lash and smother while being immune to most physical attacks. Even if successfully dispersed, it can reform at a later time. Magic is the only real way to fight such a creature, wind and ice attacks being the most useful. They are capable of creating small whirlwinds that are devastating to anyone unfortunate enough to get close, and their touch leaves a person drained. All these mythical and fantastical creatures, and then we have Bear. Bear! No beast is more beloved by Dirthaman than the bear. When the world was new, Dirthaman gave one secret to each creature to keep. The foxes traded their secrets to Andriel for wings. The hares shouted theirs to the treetops. The birds sold theirs for gold and silver. Only the bears kept Dirthaman's gift, deep within their dens. They slept the months away in the company of their secrets and nothing else. When Dirthaman discovered what had been done with his gifts, he snatched the wings from the foxes, silenced the voices of the hares, and turned the birds into paupers. But the bears he honored for their steadfastness. Hell yeah, bear. Bear be a homie. Transcribed from a Dalish Tale, 9-8 Dragon. Normally, it is almost unheard of for bears to attack travelers. They are, in fact, so shy and so inactive during the day that most people never encounter a bear at all. However, should a bear be provoked, they are remarkably dangerous. The normally placid-seeming creature becomes enraged and strike massive blows with their paws, capable of knocking a man off his feet. Yeah, don't fuck with a bear. Pretty understood, established idea, I think, to most. And then the old Bronto. There's only two things a noble will step aside for: paragons and angry Brontos. A dwarven saying. This hulking beast was originally bred by the dwarven shaperit as a beast of burden and food source, the rough equivalent to surface oxen and cows. Some versions of Bronto have even been developed as dwarven mounts, valued far more for their sure-footedness and stamina than for their speed. While present within Orzammar in large numbers, some Brontos still exist in packs within the Deep Roads, having returned to a wild state after the fall of the Dwarven Kingdoms. They require remarkably little sustenance, consuming organic material from water, fungus, and even rocks, hence the rock liquor appellation used by many dwarves to describe Bronto, and exist in primarily dormant states until provoked. An angry charging Bronto is considered to be a rather dangerous opponent. They do knock you on your ass, but that's about it. Ugh. And then we got the Broodmother. It is well known that Darkspawn carry off the captured in their raids to underground layers. Most assume that the prisoners are eaten, or somehow tainted and turned into Darkspawn themselves, though this could never account for the sheer numbers of the horde. Forays made by Grey Wardens into the underground have uncovered the answer. When exposed to the Darkspawn taint, men are driven mad and eventually die. Women, however, undergo great pain and gross mutations that cause most of them to perish. Those that survive, however, become the grotesque broodmothers. These giant, twisted behemoths birth many Darkspawn at a time. A single broodmother can create thousands of Darkspawn over the course of her lifetime. Each type of Darkspawn is born from a different broodmother. Humans produce Hurlocks, dwarves produce Genlocks, elves give birth to Shrieks, and from Kunari are born the Ogres. Dude, if you had to push out an ogre, whew, out there's a big old baby. Ouch. I guess Kunari ladies do be big, but I don't know, man. And then we got a corpse. Perfect follow-up. To anyone who doubts the wickedness of blood magic, I say, with your own hands, strike down the corpses of your own brothers who have fallen in battle to a Maleficar. Then we may discuss morality. Knight Commander Benedictus, in a letter to the Divine, 546 Exalted. The Walking Dead are not, as the superstitious are wont to believe, the living come back for revenge. They are, rather, corpses possessed by demons. The shambling corpse controlled by a demon of sloth causes its enemies to become weak and fatigued. Corpses possessed by rage demons go berserk and simply wade into their opponents mindlessly. Devouring corpses are held by hunger demons and feed upon the living. The more powerful demons rarely deign to possess a dead host. Alright, makes sense, I suppose. Deep Stalker time. A fool trusts his eyes. A wise man fears every rock is a deep stalker. Dwarven saying. Dude, the dwarves are kind of killing it with their sayings. They be on point. Possibly the strangest of all the creatures found in the deep roads is the deep stalker. Tezpadam, as the dwarves call them, hunt in packs, generally by burrowing underground and then striking when their prey is in their midst. Stalkers come in several types. Spitters have venom glands and can spit secretions that slow or injure their prey. Jumpers hurl themselves at their targets, knocking them down and making the kill easier. The most common variety scares its prey, leaving the unfortunate victim helpless against the rest of the pack. Oh boy. Desire Demon. In all my studies, I must say that the most intriguing, I bet, was my interview with the Desire Demon. The creature was willing to speak with me. The creature was willing to speak with me was a sign that this was no mere monster, mindlessly driven by its nature, but rather a rational being as interested in me as I was in it. It took a form that I would call female, though I had no doubt that it could appear otherwise. I wondered if it appeared as it did because I wanted it to, or because I expected it to. She, and indeed, I could only think of her as such now, smiled warmly at me and laughed a musical sound that seemed to thrill my old heart. So frightened was I of this creature's legendary abilities to twist the hearts of men, and so relieved was I when I looked across the table into her dark eyes. This was a fearsome creature of the Fade, but as I spoke with her, I slowly came to realize that this demon was merely as misunderstood as we mages are, ourselves. This dude got charmed so hard. Jeez. From the journal of former senior enchanter Malleus, once of the Circle of Vervain, declared apostate in 920 Dragon. Shocker. Of all the threats from beyond the veil, few are more insidious and deceptively deadly than the Desire Demon. In folklore, such demons are characterized as peddlers of lust, luring their prey into a sexual encounter only to be slain at the culmination. I mean, there are worse ways to go out, I feel. While a desire demon can indeed deal in pleasure, in truth they deal with any manner of desire that humans can possess. Wealth, power, and beauty, to name a few. Far more intelligent than the bestial hunger and rage demons, and more ambitious than the demons of sloth. These dark spirits are among the most skilled at tempting mages into possession. Many who serve the whims of a desire demon never realize it. They are manipulated by illusions and deceit, if not outright mind control. Although these demons are reluctant to resort to such crude measures. Instead, they seem to take great pleasure in corruption. The greater the deceit, the greater their victory. Only demons of pride prove more fearsome opponents when roused. Their abilities to affect the mind allow them to assume disguises and even alter the environment to their purposes. Not to mention the great strength and speed they possess if they should have to resort to more physical means. Most often a desire demon will attempt to bargain its way to freedom, if overpowered. Many stories exist that depict mages defeating desire demons to the point where a wish can be wrested from them. It should be noted that in such stories the demon almost always gets the upper hand, even when the mage thinks his wish has been granted. They're little tricksters. Reading a bedtime story? I don't know about reading a Desire Demon codex entry to be a bedtime story. I try to be a little more thoughtful to my offspring than that, personally. Durgan? We already read Durgan. That was last stream. You ain't gonna get a second reading. We dropped all the lore. That's exactly what you'll do. There it is. Listen to these dulcet tones. Genlocks. These are the most common darkspawn in the underground. Stocky and tough, Genlocks are notoriously difficult to kill, even by magic. Genlock alphas. In any group of genlocks, there is usually one who is dominant. As the tallest, strongest, and smartest of their kind, alphas serve as a sort of commander, directing or bullying the others in combat. Honestly, I don't give a shit about the alphas. The emissaries are truly the nightmare one to see. The most intelligent of the alphas become gifted sorcerers with many abilities akin to blood magic. These are the emissaries, and they usually only appear during a blight. Well, I guess that's why. They're just souped up alphas. Makes sense. Yeah, that's right, more Dragon Age. This is gonna be a big old reading session, though. We got ghouls! What the blight does not destroy, it corrupts. Any creature infected with the Darkspawn taint that does not have the good fortune to die outright becomes a ghoul. Twisted shadow of itself. The name originally comes from men, whether human, dwarven, or elven, who became tainted, usually while being held as a captive food source by the Darkspawn. They would turn cannibal, preying on other captives, slaves to the will of the archdemon, driven mad by pain. During a blight, the corruption of the Darkspawn spreads through the wilder areas of Thedas and infects the animals found there. This produces grotesque, enraged bears called Bearscarn, as well as blight wolves. Fortunately, ghouls rarely survive their corruption for long. Kind of, solves itself to a degree. The Golem. Surprised there's not more here. Once a crucial part of Orzammar's defenses, golems have all but vanished as the secret to their manufacture was lost over 1,000 years ago. What few golems remain are guarded closely by the Shaperate, brought out when the battle with the Darkspawn grows desperate enough to risk their loss. No one now would sell a golem for any price, but in ancient times, dwarves sold many golems to the Magister Lords of Tevinter. They are devastating weapons in war, living siege engines capable of hurling boulders like a catapult or plowing through enemy lines like an earthquake. This entry gives you excellent potential for opportunity if you had a section in Tevinter. One of the surprise areas is a magister who's got, like, stored away some golems from ye many years gone. That could be a thing. Holla. Holla at ya, holla. No creature is more revered by the Dalish than the Holla. No other animal has a god of its own. These white stags are much larger than ordinary deer, and the Dalish Holla keepers carve their antlers as they grow, making them curve into intricate designs. In ancient times, these stags bore elven knights into combat, but since the fall of the Dales, they are used less as mounts and more to pull the Arvels. I would have thought they'd clump up the Darkspawn together, but alright. Back to Hurlocks. Taller than their Genlock cousins, the Hurlocks are roughly of human size, but are possessed of considerable strength and constitution. The shock troop of the Darkspawn, a single berserking Hurlock can often be a match for numerous opponents at once. They are known to adorn themselves with roughly carved tattoos to keep track of their kills and deeds, though it is unknown whether or not there is a uniform standard to these markings. The Alpha Hurlocks are more intelligent and more skilled fighters, often serving as commanders or even generals. Hurlock emissaries have also been known to appear during a blight. These Darkspawn are the only ones recorded as being capable of human speech and are often capable of employing magic. Crazy stuff. Now the best entry of all. Baktusa, Mabari Warhound. Dogs are an essential part of Ferelden culture. That's why Ferelden's the best. And no dog is more prized than the Mabari. The breed is as old as myth, said to have been bred from the wolves who served Dane. Prized for their intelligence and loyalty, these dogs are more than mere weapons or status symbols. The hounds choose their masters and pair with them for life. To be the master of a Mabari anywhere in Ferelden is to be recognized instantly as a person of worth. The Mabari are an essential part of Ferelden military strategy. Trained hounds can easily pull knights from horseback or break lines of pikemen, and the sight and sound of a wave of war dogs howling and snarling has been known to cause panic among even the most hardened infantry soldiers. Yeah, if there's ever a time to shit yourself, a giant wave of charging Mabari warhounds would be terrifying, man. Absolutely terrifying. And now the noble nug. I never did get all the nugs in the deep roads. What am I doing? Hip deep in mad nugs, our screams deafen their keen ears. We will be nug poop. From songs that only nugs can hear. By Paragon Ebrian, 584 Exalted. The nug is an omnivore common to the deep roads, a hairless creature that is almost blind as well as completely docile. It spends most of its time wading in shallow pools as well as mud pits, feeding on small insects, worms, and, in a pinch, limestone and simple metals. Indeed, the digestive system of the nug is legendary, able to make a meal out of most anything a nug finds on the cavern floors. Nugs reproduce rapidly, spreading into any niche within the deep roads they can find, and serve to support a variety of predators such as giant spiders and deep stalkers. So too do dwarves make meals out of them. Nugs are, in the poorer slum portions of Orzammar, one of the most common sources of meat available. Some dwarves even domesticate the creatures, claiming to find the creatures' high-pitched squeaks pleasing. I bet you a few of you in chat would be nug farmers. I bet. And now an ogre. Talk about going from one extreme end of the scale to the other. Towering over their darkspawn kin, the massive ogres are a rare sight on the battlefield. Traditionally, they only appear during a blight, but some records claim that ogres have been spotted in the deep roads hunting alone or in small groups. At least one report by the Grey Wardens claims that an ogre was spotted alone in the Korkari wilds in 919 Dragon, though it was weakened and easily dispatched. Up to 100 of these creatures can accompany a darkspawn horde at any one time during a blight, often using their great strength to burst through fortifications and demolish the front lines of the opposing army. They use brute force to charge their enemies like bulls, slam the ground with their fists to shake enemies off their feet, and hurl giant rocks into the face of oncoming foes. Melee can be difficult against a giant that snatches a warrior up in one hand, crushing the life out of him or beating him into oblivion with the other hand. The nimble can try to wiggle his way free, or an ally can attempt an array of stunning blows on an ogre to free the comrade in danger. Grey Warden lore urges caution when slaying an ogre. Unless it is ensured that they have received a major wound to the head or the heart, it is possible that they are lying dormant and will regenerate to full health within a matter of minutes. During a blight, most Grey Wardens recommend burning all darkspawn to ashes. Dead ogres in particular. And it's a good thing that the ogres don't get some kind of crazy full health restore in this game. That could be rough. What Shrek? Good question. What is Shrek? Who is Shrek? Why is Shrek? These are things we need to be asking, truly. Pride demons. Let me explain what it is to face a pride demon, my friends. You may scoff and say that our talents exist only to face mages, but you will encounter demons often. They will be summoned by a Maleficar and bound to do its bidding, and while at times they will be forced into the possession of the host, they will also face you in their true form. Powerful opponent indeed. Do not underestimate it. Pride is powerful and intelligent. When we have encountered one in its true form, its most common attacks are bolts of fire and ice. Fire they will use to burn an opponent, and the magical flame will combust anything you wear regardless of make. Ice they will use to freeze an opponent in place. Be cautious. They enjoy employing this against warriors in particular. More than one group of Templars has made the mistake of attempting to overwhelm a pride demon and suffered the consequences, believe me. And if you think that having the aid of other mages will assist you, you are wrong. Pride demons can render themselves immune to magic for short times, and are adept at dispelling magic that is cast upon you. As much as we Templars are able to disrupt spells. Think on that for a moment, my friends. Be wary of how prideful you become, lest you find too much in common with such a fiend. Transcript of a lecture given by Veherin, Templar Commander of Tentervale, 686 Steel. I just got lectured by a big old Templar nerd about a pride demon. I died enough to a pride demon. I don't need no words about it. On to rage. Encountered in the Fade, the true form of a rage demon is a frightening sight. A thing of pure fire, its body seemingly made of amorphous lava, and its eyes two pinpricks of baleful light radiating from its core. The abilities of such a demon center on the fire it generates. It burns those who come near, and the most powerful of its kind are able to lash out with bolts of fire and even firestorms that can affect entire areas. Fortunately, even powerful rage demons are less intelligent than most other varieties. Their tactics are simple. Attack an enemy on sight with as much force as possible until it perishes. Some rage demons carry over their heat-based abilities into possessed hosts, but otherwise the true form is mostly seen outside of the Fade when it's specifically summoned by a mage to do his bidding. And then there's rats. What are you, mad? Even the most giant of rats isn't going to present that much of a problem to anyone larger than a cat. Even the stories in the archives that tell of blight-touched rats still only attributed them with the ability to spread the plague. The rats themselves got no larger than perhaps 3 feet in length, covered in sharp, bony spikes and boils. Disturbing, certainly, but dangerous? This is no fantasy conjured by madmen, young man. You have much more important creatures to concern yourself with. Oh. Nalia may have been a woman. Transcript of a lecture given by Nalia, Senior Enchanter of Hosberg, 844 Blessed. Note, she was later eaten by a blight rat in 846 Blessed. Roasted. Roasted. Clearly did not know her shit. Revenants. I hate them. An entire unit of men, all slain by one creature. I didn't believe it at first, your perfection, but it appears that this is so. We have a survivor, and while at first I thought his rantings pure exaggeration, it appears to be no simple skeleton. The descriptions of the creature's abilities were eerily similar to those our brothers at Marnas Pel encountered almost a century ago. Men pulled through the air to skewer themselves on the creature's blade. An attack so quick that it was able to assault multiple opponents at once. No, your perfection. What we have here is indeed a revenant and nothing less. From a letter to Divine Amara, the Third, 571 Exalted. A revenant is a corpse possessed by a demon of pride or of desire, making it amongst the most powerful possessed opponents that one can face. Many possess spells, but most are armed and armored and prefer to use their martial talents. They are weak against physical attacks, but regenerate quickly, and commonly use telekinesis to pull opponents into melee range should they try to flee. Revenants also have the ability to strike multiple opponents surrounding them. Stay at range if possible and strike quickly, and is the only way to take such a creature down. I don't know about the only way. I think we found other methods of late. Shades. It has often been suggested that the only way for a demon to affect the world of the living is by possessing a living, or once living, body. But this is not always true. Indeed, a shade is one such creature. A demon in its true form that is adapted to affect the world around it. My hypothesis is this. We already know that many demons become confused when they pass through the veil into our world. They are unable to tell the living from the dead, the very static nature of our universe being confusing to a creature that is accustomed to a physicality defined entirely by emotion and memory. Most demons seek to immediately seize upon anything they perceive as life, jealously attempting to possess it. But what of those that do not? What of those that encounter no life, or fail to possess a body? What of those that are more cautious by their nature? These demons watch, they lurk, they envy. In time, such a demon will learn to drain energy from the psyche of those it encounters, just as it did in the Fade. Once it is drained enough, it has the power to manifest, and will forever after be known as a Shade. Such a creature spurns possession. It instead floats as a shadow across its piece of land, preying upon the psyche of any who cross its path. Perhaps it believes itself still in the Fade? There's evidence to believe this is so. A Shade will weaken the living by its very proximity. If it focuses its will, it can drain a single target very quickly. Some have even been known to assault the minds of a living victim, causing confusion or horror and making the target ripe for the kill. The tragedy of a Shade is perhaps that, once it has drained a target whole, its appetite is only heightened, rather than slaked. From the journal of former senior enchanter Malleus, once of the Circle of Rivain, declared apostate in 920 Dragon Age. Hilarious. This is the man who lost himself to that desire demon. You in the gym and you having fun here? Hell yeah. Happy to help with the exercise session, right? It's always good. I usually do music, but it's the equivalent of a podcast, right? On to Shrieks. Remember when the Fade was alien and dangerous and creepy? Before it became all elves? Isn't that tragic? Isn't that tragic to the vast majority of these codex entries? Just how tainted they become with Veilguard overhanging a lot of these. It's all elves, baby. It's not something grand and intricate and being a spider web of world building and theory crafting and just quality writing. It's just all elves. All elves that we now skew into being cooler than what it is, I suppose. Alright, Shrieks. Scholars call these tall, lean darkspawn the Sharlock, though they are more popularly known as Shrieks because of the ear-splitting cries they emit in battle. Many tales exist of soldiers being unnerved by the sounds of approaching shrieks, cloaked in darkness and never seen until the moment they strike. As horrors of the night, Shrieks are renowned for their incredible speed and agility as well as their stealth. They are the assassins of the Darkspawn, penetrating the enemy lines and striking their targets using long, jagged blades attached to their forearms to rip their opponents to shreds in seconds. They have been known to employ poison, often drawn from their own blood, and have demonstrated cunning group tactics when attacking in numbers. That's also kind of a wild thought, because we establish early on just how lethal Darkspawn blood is for the majority of the living. That's a very cool idea for anyone not a Grey Warden, just how deadly a Shriek could be if it's coded its, disturbing bone talent things into its own blood. That's a cool enemy idea right there. Go figure. It's once again going back to damn elves though. It's always the elves. It's always the elves. Ugh. Skeletons. The demons of the Fade are jealous of the living beings they sense from across the veil. They constantly push against the boundaries of the Fade, and when they finally cross over, they attempt to possess the first living creature they see. They are unable, however, to distinguish that which was once living from that which still is. In fact, a corpse provides an even more tempting target to a weaker demon, as it has no will with which to resist the possession. The demon cannot rationalize why this is so, It only sees a target and grasps at the opportunity. A skeleton is exactly that, a corpse animated by a possessing demon. Upon finding itself trapped within a body that cannot sustain it, the demon is driven insane. It seeks to destroy any life that it encounters, attacking without thought, to its own welfare. The exact names given to skeletons of this type vary according to the nature of the demon that possesses it. A fanged skeleton is a skeleton possessed by a hunger demon. These skeletons devour whatever life they encounter and often possess the ability to drain life energy and mana from their victims. A shambling skeleton is a slower-moving skeleton possessed by a sloth demon, able to bring entropic power against its opponents, slowing them and even putting them to sleep. More powerful demons have been known to command skeletons, but at that level they are known by other names, revenants and arcane horrors, to name two. Countering Tamlin again as a Dalish warden is tragic? Sloth demon. And I looked at the creature, and it had become me, a veritable copy of my form, of my very mind, stared back at me as if from within a mirror. I thought surely that this was a trick, an illusion meant to put me off guard. But as I engaged the thing with my sword, it fought me with maneuvers that I recognized. It parried as I parried. It swung as I swung. It spoke to me and said things that only I could know. I think this demon of sloth has no form or identity of its own. It is envy as much as sloth, I believe, and mine was not the first shape it stole that day. An excerpt from a transcribed deposition of Tyrannus, Templar commander of Cumberland, 390 Towers. The most difficult assumption for some who study demons to overcome is the notion that a sloth demon is, in and of itself, slothful. If that were so, it seems highly unlikely that any such demons would cross the veil into our own world, or once here would fight to possess any creature with a will of its own. And we know both these things to not be the case. Certainly, some demons are lazy and complacent, but who knows? Perhaps these creatures even cultivate such a reputation. The truth is that demons of sloth are named so because this is the portion of the human psyche that they feed upon. Doubt, apathy, entropy. They seek to spread these things. The sloth demon hides in its forms, a master of shapes and disguises, always in the last place you look, and from its hiding place it spreads its influence. A community afflicted by a demon of sloth could soon become a dilapidated pit where injustices are allowed to pass without comment, and none of the residents could be aware that such a change has even taken place. The sloth demon weakens, tires, tears at the edges of consciousness, and would much rather render its victim helpless than engage in a true conflict. Such creatures are best faced only with a great deal of will, and only with an eye to piercing their many disguises. Alright, we already read Giant Spider, so now Wild Sylvain. For demons crossing over into our world, mankind is not always the preferred prey. Possessing humans means risking encounters with powerful mages and Templars, as well as other complications. Some demons find it far easier to seek out animals, or even plants, assuming that these will make as suitable a host as a human. Those that possess trees are known as wild sylvans. Generally, only demons of rage, the weakest of the demon hierarchy, will become a sylvan. Once they do, they must spend a great deal of time twisting and molding the host in order to make it mobile. And once they have, the sylvan is a powerful and deadly opponent. Other, more intelligent spirits have also been known to become sylvans, and are generally much less violent, but these are rare. Slow but immensely powerful, wild sylvans prefer to lay in ambush, waiting for a victim to become lost, tired, or trapped before closing in for the kill. They hide among regular trees, nearly undetectable until they begin to move and to reach. When they do come to life, as some travelers say, they stand tall, roots forming into legs and feet, and branches stretching out into lashing arms. When not presented with a living target, however, it has been noted that Sylvans often fall into a form of dormancy, perhaps brought on by the nature of their tree host. While mobile, they normally return to wherever they were rooted once their prey has been killed. For both these reasons, a forest that has Sylvans within can become incredibly dangerous to pass through for very long periods of time. The old werewolf. And Dane, he stood his ground. The fanged beast approached. Did we not read this? Well, we at least read this song part, right? Oh, maybe not. The fanged beast approached. He saw the rage within its eyes, the wolf that once was there. The sword he raised, merciful death be praised. To the Maker went his prayer. From the popular telling of Dane and the Werewolf, a legend of Ferelden, circa 450 Black. Ferelden lore is full of instances where these creatures have plagued the countryside. Wolves possessed by rage demons and transformed into humanoid monsters with incredible speed and strength, able to spread a curse to those they bit that would drive them mad with unthinking fury. When in this enraged state, a human host can likewise become possessed and be transformed into a feral wolf-like beast. Tales differ on these werewolves of human origin, some claiming that their transformation into a bestial form happens uncontrollably. Some claim the transformation is irreversible. As is often the case with demonic tales, both versions were most likely true at some point. The ability of normal dogs to detect a werewolf even when it is in human guise is what first led Fereldans to adopt dogs as indispensable companions in every farmhole. The alliance between humans and regular wolves is the subject of the popular Ferelden folktale Dane and the Werewolf. The actual hero Dane led a crusade to eliminate the werewolf threat during the early Black Age, and while werewolves have never assumed the same prominence since, there have still been reports of individual packs lurking in remote forests. In recent years, some have even been reported to have developed an uncanny willpower and intelligence, though why this is so is still unknown. Alrighty. We're actually almost through creatures. 32. Wolf. It is rather unfair, the reputation that the wolf possesses in Ferelden. For a people that so clearly adore their hounds, Fereldans simultaneously harbor a distrust of wolves that borders on the unreasonable. Unreasonable, that is, if one were not familiar with the ancient legends regarding werewolves. There was a time in Ferelden's past when demons inhabited the bodies of wolves in great numbers, causing the wars against werewolves and spreading great fear and panic. The werewolves were slain, but even today, the noble wolf is still looked upon with distrust. From Legends of Ferelden by Mother Alis of Denerim, 910 Dragon. An attack by wolves upon civilized folk happens rarely, often only in times of desperation, and even then only when the wolves have the advantage in numbers. This can change during a blight. When darkspawn rise onto the surface, their presence dramatically alters the savage nature of normal beasts. In blights past, as the corruption of the darkspawn spread through the wilder areas of Thedas, it would infect the animals found there, and the more powerful of them would survive and be transformed into a more vicious and dangerous beast. A blight wolf is one such example, mad with the pain of its infection, and only through the overriding command of the darkspawn does it still retain some semblance of its pack instincts. Blight wolves are always found in large groups and will tend to overwhelm a single target if they can, using their numbers to their advantage. It is fortunate that these creatures rarely survive their corruption for very long. And then finally, I love how this is in the creatures tab here. Oops. Barbari Dominance. Mabari hounds are descended from pack hunters, and like their ancestors, they are highly influenced by a defined order of dominance. The primary method of determining that order is by claiming territory through scent marking major landmarks. Once established, the dominant Mabari gains a substantial increase in confidence and stature within his territory, a trait that indirectly benefits master as well as hound. Items. I've actually read everything that I've gotten. Missing quite a bit still. Magic and religion. Yeah, this one's gonna have... we're gonna have a good bit to read here. We already read Andril, I believe. Pretty sure we did. So let's go to Durthamin. Keeper of Secrets. The twins, Falondin and Durthamin, are the eldest children of Elgarnon, the All-Father and Mythal the Protector. The brothers were inseparable from the moment of their conception, known for their great love for each other. That is why we often speak of Falondin in one breath and Durthamin the next. They cannot bear to be apart, not even in our tales. When the world was young, the gods often walked the earth, and Falondin and Durthamin were no exception. Both were delighted by the many wonders of our earth. They played with the animals, whispered to the trees, and bathed in the lakes and streams. Their days were filled with bliss, and they did not know sorrow. And then one day, while passing through the forest, Falondin and Durthamin came across an old and sickly deer resting beneath a tree. "Why do you sit so still, little sister?" asked Falondin. "Play with us," said Durthamin. "Alas," spoke the deer, "I cannot. I am old, and although I wish to go to my rest, my legs can no longer carry me." Taking pity on the deer, Falondin gathered her up into his arms and carried her to her rest beyond the vale. Durthamin tried to follow them, but the shifting gray paths beyond the vale would not let him. Separated for the first time from Falondin, Durthamin wandered aimlessly till he came across two ravens. "You are lost, and soon you will fade," the raven named Fear said to Durthamin. "Your brother has abandoned you. He no longer loves you," said the other, named Deceit. "I am not lost, and Falondin has not abandoned me," replied Durthamin. He subdued the ravens and bade them carry him to Falondin. This they did, for they had been defeated and were now bound to Durthamin's service. When Durthamin found Falondin, he found also the deer, who once again was light on her feet, for her spirit was released from her weakened body. Both Falondin and Durthamin rejoiced to see this. Falondin vowed that he would remain to carry all the dead to their place beyond, just as he did the deer. And Durthamin stayed with him, for the twins cannot bear to be apart. From the story of Falondin and Durthamin is told by Gishrel, keeper of the Ralafarin clan of the Dalish Elves. Morning, Shogo. How do you steal a coat? I would assume very sneakily like. How do you go about it, Jet? Alright, and now over to the Aeonor. Aeonar? Go with Aeonar. Hey! Where is it? Where is it? This man making all the jokes. That's a grade A joke right there. When the Imperium occupied the area that is present-day Ferelden, they had two sites dedicated to magical experimentation at the extreme ends of the Imperial Highway. The southern one was the fortress of Ostagar, which looked out over the Kokari Wilds. The northern one was Aeonar, although the exact location is now a secret known only to a handful of Templars. Whatever it was the Tevinter were trying to discover at Aeonar, their work was never completed. The fortress was overrun by disciples of Andraste upon hearing the news of her death. According to legend, it was a massacre, eerily silent, for the invaders caught the mages while all but one of them were in the Fade. The site was left structurally sound but spiritually damaged, possibly because of this. The Chantry chose to put it to use as a prison. Accused Maleficarum and apostates are held in the confines of Aenar. Those who have a powerful connection to the Fade, and particularly to demons, will inevitably attract something across the veil, making the guilty somewhat easier to tell from the innocent. From Of Fires, Circles, and Templars, A History of Magic in the Chantry, by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. This is another, like, this could be such a cool setup or setting to have something happen in a Dragon Age game. You could do such awesome stuff with this, because of it being tied to the Chantry as well as the Fade and demons and all this. Like, just the idea of something being spiritually damaged, I dig it. And now we talk about apostates. It is not uncommon for the neophyte to mistake apostates and Maleficarum as one and the same. Indeed, the Chantry has gone to great lengths over the centuries to establish that this is so. The truth, however, is that while an apostate is often a Maleficar, he need not be so. A Maleficar is a mage who employs forbidden knowledge such as blood magic and the summoning of demons, whereas an apostate is merely any mage who does not fall under the auspices of the Circle of Magi, and therefore the Chantry. They are hunted by the Templars, and quite often they will turn to forbidden knowledge in order to survive. But it would be a lie to say that all apostates begin that way. Historically, apostates become such in one of two ways. They are either mages who have escaped from the Circle, or mages who were never part of it to begin with. This latter category includes what we tend to refer to as hedge mages, those with magical ability out in the hinterlands, who follow a different magical tradition than our own. Some of these hedge mages are not even aware of their nature. Undeveloped, their abilities can express themselves in a variety of ways, which the hedge mage might attribute to faith, or will, or to another being entirely, depending on his nature. Some of these traditions are passed down from generation to generation, as with the so-called witches of the Chastened Wilders, or the shamans of the Avar barbarians. No matter how a mage has become apostate, the Chantry treats them alike. Templars begin a systematic hunt to bring the apostate to justice. In almost all cases, justice is execution. If there is some overriding reason the mage should live, the right of tranquility is employed instead. Whether we of the Circle of Magi believe this system fair is irrelevant. It is what it is. From Patterns Within Form by Halden, First Enchanter of Starkhaven, 880 Blessed. That's pretty fucked. You're either going to get killed or you're going to get, like, lobotomized. Not great. Not great options there. Not great options there at all. Should you play your current favorite song? Go for it if you wanna. YouTube doesn't have to be subjected to it. They run on a separate track so that I don't get immediately flagged by YouTube systems. The Chant of Light. The Blight. And that worked. Oh, I think you broke the bot. Hold on, let me try and fix it. Let me do a quick thing here with the bot. Let's see if I can get it working. Get you squared away, Chief. There we go. Squared away. Alright. The Chant of Light, the Blight. No matter their power, their triumphs, the mage lords of Tevinter were men, and doomed to die. Then a voice whispered within their hearts, "Shall you surrender your power to time like the beasts of the fields? You are the lords of the earth. Go forth to claim the empty throne of heaven, and be gods." In secret they worked, magic upon magic, all their power and all their vanity. They turned against the veil until at last it gave way. Above them, a river of light. Before them, the throne of heaven, waiting. Beneath their feet, the footprints of the Maker, and all around them echoed a vast silence. But when they took a single step toward the empty throne, a great voice cried out, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. And so is the golden city blackened with each step you take in my hall. Marvel at perfection, for it is fleeting. You have brought sin to heaven, and doom upon all the world. Violently were they cast down, for no mortal may walk bodily in the realm of dreams, bearing the mark of their crime. Bodies so maimed and distorted that none should see them and know them for men. Deep into the earth they fled, away from the light. In darkness eternal they searched for those who had goaded them on, until at last they found their prize, their god, their betrayer, the sleeping dragon Dumat. Their taint twisted even the false god, and the whisperer awoke at last, in pain and horror, and led them to wreak havoc upon all the nations of the world. The first blight. Crazy, the fall of man. And now the commandments of the Maker. So saith the Maker. These truths the Maker has revealed to me. As there is but one world, one life, one death. There is but one God, and He is our Maker. They are sinners who have given their love to false gods. Magic exists to serve man and never to rule over him. Foul and corrupt are they who have taken his gift and turned it against his children. They shall be named Maleficar, accursed ones. They shall find no rest in this world or beyond. All men are the work of our Maker's hands, from the lowest slaves to the highest kings. Those who bring harm, without provocation, to the least of his children, are hated and accursed by the Maker. Those who bear false witness and work to deceive others know this: there is but one truth. All things are known to our Maker, and he shall judge their lies. All things in the world are finite. What one man gains, another has lost. Those who steal from their brothers and sisters do harm to their livelihood and to their peace of mind. Our Maker sees this with a heavy heart. Transfigurations 1-1-5. Dragon Age lore used to be so metal. Is that... I hope that's just ironic timing. You guys weren't hearing the metal song, were you? Otherwise, YouTube is about to attack me on sight. On sight, that algorithm's gonna get me. Something Tenacious D reference? I should have. I'm pretty sure I correctly split the tracks. You YouTube folk, did you hear any We Came as Romans playing? Hopefully not. Alright, we literally have the Maker himself as an entry. Well, time to learn about God. There was no word, for heaven, or for earth, or sea, or sky. All that existed was silence. Then the voice of the Maker rang out, the first word, and his word became all that might be. Dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. And from it made his firstborn, and he said to them, "In my image I forge you. To you I give dominion over all that exists. By your will may all things be done." Then in the center of heaven he called forth a city with towers of gold, streets with music for cobblestones, and banners which flew without wind. There we go. There he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. The children of the Maker gathered before his golden throne, and sang hymns of praise unending. But their songs were the songs of the cobblestones. They shone with the golden light, reflected from the Maker's throne. They held forth the banners that flew on their own. And the voice of the Maker shook the fade, saying, "In my image I have wrought, my firstborn. You have been given dominion over all that exists. By your will, all things are done. Yet you do nothing. The realm I have given you is formless, ever-changing." And he knew he had wrought amiss. So the Maker turned from his firstborn and took from the fade a measure of its living flesh and placed it apart from the spirits and spoke to it, saying, "Here I decree opposition in all things, for earth, sky, for winter, summer, for darkness, light. By my will alone is balance sundered, and the world given new life." And no longer was it formless, ever-changing, but held fast, immutable, with words for heaven and for earth, sea and sky. At last did the Maker, from the living world, make men, immutable at the substance of the earth, as the substance of the earth, with souls made of dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. Then the Maker said, "To you, my second-born, I grant this gift. In your heart shall burn an unquenchable flame, all-consuming and never satisfied. From the fade I crafted you, and to the fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me." And then the Maker sealed the gates of the Golden City, and there he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. 309itis! 309ites? 51-8. That is, no music on your end? Must have been the wind? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, good to know. I want to make sure that I didn't screw up the splitting the tracks. Alrighty. This, you know, as much as I hate the impact that Veilguard has on a lot of these previous codex entries, this one in particular is kind of interesting. You can definitely see some heavy tie-in. You can see some heavy tie-in and where they went with the direction. On this specific entry for a lot of the beats that happen in Veilguard. Don't know if I like that, but it's interesting to see. The Imperial Chantry. There are those who would tell you that the Chantry is the same everywhere as it is here. That the divine in Val Royale reigns supreme in the eyes of the Maker, and that this fact is unquestioned throughout Thedas. Do not believe it. The Maker's second commandment, magic must serve man, not rule over him, never held the same meaning within the ancient Tevinter Imperium as it did elsewhere. The Chantry there interpreted the rule as meaning that mages should never control the minds of other men, and that otherwise their magic should benefit the rulers of men as much as possible. When the clerics of Tevinter altered the Chant of Light to reflect this interpretation of the commandment, the divine in Val Royale ordered the clerics to revert to the original chant. They refused, claiming corruption within Val Royale. An argument that grew until, in 487 Towers, the Chantry in Tevinter elected its own legitimate and uncorrupted divine Valhall, who was not only male, but also happened to be one of the most prominent members of the Tevinter Circle of the Magi. This black divine was reviled outside Tevinter, his existence an offense to the Chantry in Val Royale. After 4 exalted marches to dislodge these rebels, all that the Chantry in Val Royale accomplished was to cement the separation. While most aspects of the Imperial Chantry's teachings are the same, Prohibitions against magic have been weakened, and male priests have become more prevalent. The Circle of the Magi today rules Tevinter directly, ever since the Archon Nomoran was elected in 734 Storm, directly from the ranks of the enchanters, to great applause from the public. He dispensed with the old rules forbidding mages from taking part in politics, and within a century, the true rulers within the various imperial houses, the mages, took their places openly within the government. The Imperial Divine is now always drawn from the ranks of the First Enchanters, and operates as Divine and Grand Enchanter both. This is utter heresy to any member of the Chantry outside of Tevinter, a return to the days of the Magisters, which brought the blights down upon us. But it exists, and even though we have left the Tevinter Imperium to the mercies of the dread Kunari, still they have endured. Further confrontation between the Black Divine and our so-called White Divine is inevitable. From Edicts of the Black Divine by Father David of Quirinus? Sounds like Kunari to me. He's a traitor. 811 blessed. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. Y'all crazy over there. Templar time. Often portrayed as stoic and grim, the Order of Templars was created as the martial arm of the Chantry. Armed with the ability to dispel and resist magic in addition to their formidable combat talents, the Templars are uniquely qualified to act as both a foil for apostates, mages who refuse to submit to the authority of the Circle, and a first line of defense against the dark powers of blood mages and abominations. While mages often resent the Templars as symbols of the Chantry's control over magic, the people of Thedas see them as saviors and holy warriors, champions of all that is good, armed with piety enough to protect the world from the ravages of foul magic. In reality, the Chantry's militant arm looks first for skilled warriors with unshakable faith in the Maker, with a flawless moral center as a secondary concern. Templars must carry out their duty and with an emotional distance, and the Order of Templars prefers soldiers with religious fervor and absolute loyalty over paragons of virtue who might question orders when it comes time to make difficult choices. The Templars' power derives from the substance lyrium, a mineral believed to be the raw element of creation. While mages use lyrium in their arcane spells and rituals, Templars ingest the primordial mineral to enhance their abilities to resist and dispel magic. Lyrium use is regulated by the Chantry, but some Templars suffer from lyrium addiction, the effects of which include paranoia, obsession, and dementia. Templars knowingly submit themselves to this treatment in the service of the Order and the Maker. It is this sense of ruthless piety, there you go, that most frightens mages when they draw the Templars' attention. When the Templars are sent to eliminate a possible blood mage, there is no reasoning with them, and if the Templars are prepared, the mage's magic is all but useless. Driven by their faith, the Templars are one of the most feared and respected forces in Thedas. From Patterns Within Form by Holden, First Enchanter of Starkhaven, 880 blessed. And now we come to the founding of the Chantry. Cordelius Drakon, king of the city-state of Orlais, was a man of uncommon ambition. In the year -15 ancient, -15 ancient, roughly 15 ancient, something, the young king began construction of a great temple dedicated to the Maker, and declared that by its completion he would not only have united the warring city-states of the south, he would have brought Andrastian belief to the world. In pre-3 ancient, the temple was completed. There, in its heart, Drakon knelt before the eternal flame of Andraste, was crowned ruler of the Empire of Orlais. His first act as emperor, to declare the Chantry as the established Andrastian religion of the Empire. It took 3 years and several hundred votes before Olessa of Montissimard was elected to lead the new Chantry. Upon her coronation as divine, she took the name Justinia, in honor of the disciple who recorded Andraste's songs. In that moment, the ancient era ended and the divine age began. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Gentry Scholar. And now the Fraternity of Enchanters. Another aspect of circle life is the fraternity. When a mage becomes an enchanter, he may ally himself with a fraternity. These are cliques that cross circle boundaries. Mages of common interests and goals who band together to ensure that their voice is heard within the College of Magi in Cumberland. The largest fraternities currently are the Loyalists, who advocate loyalty and obedience to the Chantry, the Equitarians, who advocate temperance and follow a distinct code of conduct which they believe all mages should hold themselves to, the Libertarians, a growing fraternity, publicly maintaining greater power for the circles but secretly advocating a complete split from the Chantry, a dangerous opinion, naturally. The Isolationists, a small group that advocates withdrawing to remote territories in order to avoid conflicts with the general populace, and the Lucrosians, who maintain that the circle must do what is profitable first and foremost. They prioritize the accumulation of wealth, with the gaining of political influence a close second. So far, an alliance between the Loyalists and Equitarians has prevented the Libertarians from gaining much headway. But there are signs that the Equitarians may throw their support in with the Libertarians. If that happens, many mages predict it will come to civil war among the circles. So saith, from the Circle of the Magi, a history by first enchanter Josephus. Clearly, well, this makes sense. We got into the mage stuff. I was reading things early on, so not too much left here. The cardinal rules of magic. You must not be under the misimpression that magic is all-powerful. There are limits, and not even the greatest mages may overcome them. No one, for instance, has found any means of traveling, either over great distances or small ones, beyond putting one foot in front of the other. The immutable nature of the physical world prevents this. So no, you may not simply pop over to Minrathros to borrow a cup of sugar, nor may you magic the essay you forgot in the apprentice dormitory to your desk. You will simply have to be prepared. Similarly, even when you send your mind into the Fade, your body remains behind. Only once has this barrier been overcome, and reputedly, the spell required 2/3 of the lyrium in the Tevinter Imperium as well as the lifeblood of several hundred slaves. The results were utterly disastrous. Finally, life is finite. A truly great healer may bring someone back from the very precipice of death, when breath and heartbeat have ceased, but the spirit still clings to life. But once the spirit has fled the body, it cannot be recalled. That is no failing of your skills or power. It is simply reality. From the lectures of First Enchanter Wenceslas. And now blood magic. Bloodtusa loves to go on to the topic of blood magic, the forbidden school. Foul and corrupt are you who have taken my gift and turned it against my children. Transfigurations 1810. The ancient Tevinters did not originally consider blood magic a school of its own. Rather, they saw it as a means to achieve greater power in any school of magic. The name, of course, refers to the fact that magic of this type uses life, specifically in the form of blood, instead of mana. It was common practice at one time for a magister to keep a number of slaves on hand so that, should he undertake the working of a spell that was physically beyond his abilities, he could use the blood of his slaves to bolster the casting. Over time, however, the Imperium discovered types of spells that could only be worked by blood. Although lyrium will allow a mage to send his conscious mind into the Fade, blood would allow him to find the sleeping minds of others, view their dreams, and even influence or dominate their thoughts. Just as treacherous, blood magic allows the veil to be opened completely so that demons may physically pass through it into our world. The rise of the Chant of Light and the subsequent fall of the Old Imperium has led to blood magic being all but stamped out, as it should be, for it poses nearly as great a danger to those who would practice it as to the world at large. From the Four Schools, a treatise by First Enchanter Josephus. Y'all hating on blood magic. Bloodtusa enjoys it. This no teleportation magic possible was broken like 1 billion times in Dragon Age 2. Yeah, look. The glorious setup and world building that we have in Origins kind of had a steady decline after Origins on pretty much all things, in one way or another. Some maybe a little more heinous than others. Lobotomy time! The Tranquil. The Tranquil are the least understood but most visible members of the Circle. Every city of respectable size boasts a Circle of Magi shop, and every one of those shops is run by a Tranquil proprietor. The name is a misnomer, for they are not tranquil at all. Rather, they are like inanimate objects that speak. If a table wished to sell you an enchanted penknife, it could pass as one of these people. Their eyes are expressionless, their voices monotone. Incomparable craftsmen they might be, but they are hardly the sort of mages to put ordinary folk at ease. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genitivi. Although apprentices do not know the nature of the harrowing, all of them understand its consequences. They either pass and become full mages, or they are never seen again. Those who fear to undertake this rite of passage or those who are deemed too weak or unstable, are given the rite of tranquility instead. The actual procedure, like the harrowing, is secret, but the results are just as well known. The rite severs the connection to the Fade. The Tranquil, therefore, do not dream. This removes the greatest danger that threatens a weak or unprepared mage, the potential to attract demons across the veil. But this is the least of Tranquility's effects, for the absence of dreams brings with it the end of all magical ability as well as all emotion. The Tranquil ironically resembles sleepwalkers, never entirely awake nor asleep. They are still part of our circle, however, and some might say they are the most critical part. They have incredible powers of concentration, for it is simply impossible to distract a Tranquil mage. And this makes them capable of becoming craftsmen of such skill that they rival even the adeptness of the dwarves. The Formari, the branch of the circle devoted to item enchantment, is made up exclusively of Tranquil, and is the source of all the wealth that sustains our towers. From On Tranquility and the Role of the Fade in Human Society, by First Enchanter Josephus. Here's a relevant one. The Sacred Ashes of Andraste. Only one person witnessed Mafarath's betrayal. Havard the Aegis, childhood friend of Mafarath. He accompanied his chief to the meeting with the Tevinters, not realizing what was planned. When he understood that Mafarath was giving Andraste over to be executed, Havard, unwillingly to draw swords against his friend and liege, placed himself between Andraste and the Tevinter soldiers. Tevinter struck him down, and Mafarath left him for dead. Gravely wounded, Havard made his way to the gates of Minrathos to stop the execution. When he reached it, the terrible deed was already done. The armies on the plains long since dispersed. Havard, cursing his weakness, gathered the earthly remains of Andraste that had been left to the wind and the rain, and wept. When his fingers touched the pile of ash, his ears filled with song, and he saw before him a vision of Andraste, dressed in cloth made of starlight. She knelt at his side, saying, "The Maker shall never forget you so long as I remember." The song faded, and the vision with it, and Havard was alone. But his wounds were healed. With new strength, Havard took up the ashes of Our Lady and bore them back to the lands of the Almari. Fearing that Mathroth's supporters would defile them, Havard took the ashes of Andraste to a secluded place high in the mountains, and there he carved from the living rock an urn to hold them. Time passed, and the whereabouts of the urn faded from memory. Perhaps it was the Maker's will that only the most worthy should find his beloved's final resting place. Now, we have only the legends, such as that of the Chevalier Lothair, who quested to find the urn to save his dying daughter, and either found it in time to cure her, or returned 100 years after her death. The ballads end less than certain on that point. From Thetis, Myth and Legends by Brother Genitivi. How perfect that we end on the veil. I detest this notion that the veil is some manner of invisible curtain that separates the world of the living from the world of the spirits. Whether it be called the Fade or the Beyond is a matter of racial politics I refuse to indulge in at the moment. There is no this side and that side when it comes to the veil. One cannot think of it as a physical thing, or a barrier, or even a shimmering wall of holy light. Thank you very much for that image, your perfection. Think of the veil instead as opening one's eyes. Before you opened them, you saw our world as you see it now. Static, solid, unchanging. Now that they are open, you see our world as the spirits see it.
Time for a
Chaotic,
little drinking pool.
ever-changing.
Cheers, genitals.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Hydrate or dehydrate. Thank you, Nala. I need it today of all days. Big old reading sesh. Let's see, where was I? Yeah. Now that they are open, you see our world as the spirits see it. Chaotic, ever-changing. A realm where the imagined and the remembered have as much substance as that which is real. More, in fact. A spirit sees everything as defined by will and memory. This is why they are so very lost when they cross the veil. In our world, imagination has no substance. Objects exist independently of how we remember them, or what emotions we associate with them. Mages alone possess the power to change the world with their minds, and perhaps this forms the nature of a demon's attraction to them. Who can say? Regardless, the act of passing through the veil is much more about changing one's perceptions than a physical transition. The veil is an idea. It is an act of transition itself, and it is only the fact that both living beings and spirits find the transition difficult that gives the veil any credence as a physical barrier at all. From a dissertation on the Fade as a physical manifestation by Marino, Senior Enchanter, the Minrathos Circle of Magi, 655 steel. Alright, well, that wraps up what we got for magic and religion, which we're also pretty close to maxed out. The veil's not a curtain, it's actually like opening your eyes, like lifting a curtain. I mean, kinda. Aravels. Yeah, we read this one already. Right? I believe so. We've read a good bit on this. Ooh, don't have too much to hit here. The History of Soldier's Peak, Chapter 4. I thought we did this already, but I guess not. There was one mystery, however, that persisted, and this mystery perplexed even Commander Holwick herself. When Commander Asturian went to his calling in the Deep Roads, he did not have in... Oh yeah, we definitely read this. I guess I died and then I never... Yeah, I didn't open up the codex after. Nah, what am I saying? I never die. Perfect run. Flawless every time. Thetis calendar. For most good folk, the details of our calendar have little purpose. It is useful only for telling them when the summer day festival will be held, when the snows are expected to begin, and when the harvest must be complete. The naming of the years are a matter for historians and tacksmen, and few, if pressed, could even tell you the reason that our current age is named after dragons. It is 930 Dragon Age, the 30th year of the 9th age since the crowning of the Chantry's first divine. Each age is exactly 100 years, with the next age's name chosen in the 99th year. The scholars in Val Royale advise the Chantry of portents seen in that 99th year, and Chantry authorities pore over the research for months before the divine announces the name of the imminent age. The name is said to be an omen of what is to come, of what the people of Thetis will face for the next 100 years. The current age was not meant to be the Dragon Age. Throughout the last months of the Blessed Age, the Chantry was preparing to declare the Sun Age, named for the symbol of the Orlesian Empire, which at the time sprawled over much of the south of Thetis and controlled both Ferelden and what is now Navarra. It was to be a celebration of Orlesian imperial glory. But as the rebellion in Ferelden reached a head and the Battle of Riverdane was about to begin, a peculiar event occurred, a rampage, the rising of a dreaded high dragon. Dragons had been thought practically extinct since the days of the Navarran dragon hunts. And they say that to see this great beast rise from the frostbacks was both majestic and terrifying. As the rampage began and the high dragon decimated the countryside in its search for food, the elderly divine Faustine II abruptly declared the Dragon Age. Some say the divine was declaring support for Orlais in the battle against Ferelden, since the dragon is an element of the Dufhael family heraldry of King Megarin, the so-called usurper king of Ferelden. Be that as it may, the High Dragon's rampage turned towards the Elysian side of the Frostback Mountains, killing hundreds and sending thousands more fleeing to the northern coast. The Ferelden rebels won the Battle of Riverdane, ultimately securing their independence. Many thus think that the Dragon Age will come to represent a time of violent and dramatic change for all of Thetis. It remains to be seen. So saith, from the Studious Theologian by Brother Genitivi, Gentry Scholar 925 Dragon. They said the name! That's right. Sits on floor with a blankie. Get cozy. The Chastened. Time for the Chastened. The Chastened Wilders have lived in the Korkari Wilds since the first wars with the Almari drove them southward a millennium ago. According to their own lore, they had always been a forest-dwelling people that adapted quickly to their new home. Game and fish were plentiful in the wetlands, and the Chastened thrived. For a time, they and the hill-dwelling Avars were true threats to the northern lowlands. The Tevinter Imperium had arrived and was hard-pressed to keep back the waves of invasions from the south and the west. The fortress of Ostagar was built specifically to watch for chastened hordes venturing north of the tree line. It was not until the legendary warrior Hafter soundly defeated the Chastened in the first half of the Divine Age that the question of their ability to contest the lowlands was settled permanently. Today, the Chastened are considered largely peaceful, though their ways are still primitive compared to our own. In the Korkori Wilds, they live in strange-looking huts, built on stilts or even built into the great treetops. They paint their faces and are split into small tribes ruled by shamans like those amongst the Avars. There are many tales of these shamans, having learned their magic from the witches of the wilds, witches that inspire as much terror as they do awe and gratitude, even if there is no definitive proof they exist. In particular, the tale of Flemeth, the greatest witch of the wilds, is celebrated amongst all tribes. Oh god. Sneeze. Woo. While there is no way to know how many there are in the wilds today, Few travelers that pass through the forest tell of Chasend eking out an existence even in the frozen wastelands of the far south. One can assume that should the Chasend ever organize themselves once more, we might have reason to fear them here in Ferelden. We ignore them at our peril. From Ferelden, Folklore and History, by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. These are, these ladies have some deep voices, I feel. Arlathan, Part 1. Before the ages were named or numbered, our people were glorious and eternal, and never changing. Like the great oak tree, they were constant in their traditions, strong in their roots, and ever reaching for the sky. They felt no need to rush when life was endless. They worshipped their gods for months at a time. Decisions came after decades of debate, and an introduction could last for years. From time to time, our ancestors would drift into centuries-long slumber. But this was not death, for we know they wandered the fate in dreams. In those ages, our people called all the land Elfhenan, which in the old language means place of our people. And at the center of the world stood the great city of Arlathan, a place of knowledge and debate, where the best of the ancient elves would go to trade knowledge, greet old friends, and settle disputes that had gone on for millennia. But while our ancestors were caught up in the forever cycle of ages, drifting through life at what we today would consider an intolerable pace, the world outside the lush forests and ancient trees was changing. The humans first arrived from Par Vollen to the north, called Shemlin, Quicklings. By the ancients, the humans were pitiful creatures whose lives blinked by in an instant. When they first met the elves, the humans were brash and warlike, quick to anger and quicker to fight, with no patience for the unhurried pace of elven diplomacy. But the humans brought worse things than war with them. Our ancestors proved susceptible to human diseases, and for the first time in history, elves died of natural causes. What's more, those elves who spent time bartering and negotiating with humans found themselves aging, tainted by the humans' brash and impatient lives. Many believe that the ancient gods had judged them unworthy of their long lives and cast them down among the Quicklings. Our ancestors came to look upon the humans as parasites, which I understand is similar to the way the humans see our people in the cities. The ancient elves immediately moved to close Elvehnan off from the humans, for fear that this quickening effect would crumble the civilization. From the fall of Arlathan, as told by Gisharel, keeper of the Ralafarin clan of the Dalish elves. Ah, morning, Sauna. Driving to work, so yeah, lurk away, Chief. This kind of immortal perspective is why Dragon Age rocks. Yeah. And this is the thing too, that is kind of a fundamental flaw of elves in a lot of media. If you were so long-lived, sure, there gets to a point where you your time dilation, right, and the way that you drift and travel through your experiences and navigate it can certainly be skewed, but it's a crazy notion in a lot of settings that an elf, being maybe extremely long-lived or even immortal, can get their ass kicked by something that only lives for like 40 years, right? It's a very large flaw if you don't have it prefaced and set up in this way where, yeah, we kind of, we just kind of got in the notion that it's normal to take 20 years to have a conversation. What are you all talking about? A lot of stuff doesn't really give you that kind of foundation to work from, being long-lived. History of Ferelden, Chapter 1. I think Dragon Age takes it a brilliant step forward too, with their lives having the quickening and being shortened, the effect of getting close to humans. And then the elvish slums and everything. The dynamic that There's so many good things that they could have done, man. Yeah, I guess they kind of touch on it. Like Dragon Age 2 focuses it a bit more. Still, kind of squandered. Kind of squandered in light of recent stuff. History of Ferelden, Chapter 1. Ferelden, as we think of it now, did not exist before the Exalted Age. Instead, the valley was divided up into dozens of old Almari clans. They warred constantly with one another over land, honor, the allegiance of the freeholders, and, on one notable occasion, the name given to a favorite Mabari. And then, in the 33rd year of the Exalted Age, Calenhad Therin became Turn of Denerim, and everything changed. Most of what we know about the founding of our nation comes from old songs that the bards passed down through the ages. The songs are filled with wild exaggerations and outright lies, but this hardly differs from the scholarly papers of some of my contemporaries. There is no agreement among poets or scholars on how he did it, but Calenhad gained the support of the Circle of Magi, and they crafted for him a suit of silvery white armor that, by all accounts, repelled both arrow and blade. Calenhad led his armies across the valley and captured Redcliffe, one of only 3 men who ever successfully laid siege to that fortress, and presented himself to the bands of the Landsmeet as their king. The poets tell us that every lord knelt before Calenhad without question. The fact that he attended the Landsmeet surrounded by ash warriors and loyal mages of the Circle is generally omitted from the ballads, however. From Calenhad came the line of Therin kings and queens who reigned, uninterrupted, until the 44th year of the Blessed Age, when the Orlesian invasion came. The rightful king was forced to flee Denerim, and for 70 years a puppet sat upon the throne. From Ferelden Folklore and History by Sister... Oh, there you go. Again, Sister Patrine, you gotta lay off the cigarettes. That's a hell of a voice you got, sister. A 5-year-old tiger can rip your decades-old ass apart. Yeah, but that at that point that's being built for different purposes, right? Tiger is literally meant to be a murder machine of nature, and it excels at that. Humans and elves are, at least to some degree, anatomically close to each other. Closer than I and Tiger, at least. There's a theory that Levelon becomes immortal with Solus in the Fade. I don't want to be a stick in the mud. Kind of hate it. I kind of hate the idea of that. Because I'm now the grumpy old man who's on his porch screaming at kids on his lawn. I desperately cling to what we have from here. And if there is a physicality and a presence to go and exist within the Fade, it should be an affront to the Maker, if the Maker's even a thing, if it's not just another fucking elf sitting in the Black City. Although it said that he pissed off. Say that's Andraste out there, they're drifting around in the cosmos eternal. I don't know, man. I don't like them going off into the Fade together at all. Unless it means that she essentially is ridding herself of her body and existing as a Fade spirit, and then Solus is going to try and help her navigate that change and what her new existence would be. Like they'll have their eternity, but it can't be both things. You can't have the physicality of an immortal body and be in the Fade like that, right? You can't. Oh fuck, I guess that's what Solus did after. But he's part of the Firstborn. How do you get away with that nonsense? I don't know. I don't know, man. It don't make no sense to me. It's like vampire romance, pretty much. But with vampire romance, you still have to adhere to, you gotta go drink blood, right? You gotta still do the things and adhere to being, all that being a vampire is. I don't think you should just... Rabble. Geography of Ferelden. The Kingdom of Ferelden is the southernmost civilized nation in Thedas, although some scholars dispute that claim to civilization. It is perhaps the most physically isolated of all the kingdoms of Thedas. To the east is the Amaranthine Ocean, to the north the Waking Sea, and to the south the Korkari Wilds, which in the summer months are a vast peat bog, and in the winter become a treacherous labyrinth of ice-over waterways. The Frostback Mountains guard the western border. I'm dying. Oh god, it's too early to be dying on stream now. Pardon. Excuse me. Ugh. Yeah, the Frostback Mountains guard the western border, and only a narrow plain between the mountains and the sea allows travel between Ferelden and Orlais. Most of the land in the central portion of the kingdom, called the Banorn, is open plains. These are crossed by the remnants of an ancient Tevinter highway that once connected Val Royale with Ostagar, on the edge of the Korkari Wilds. The western part of Ferelden is dominated by Lake Calenhad, a huge caldera filled by the runoff of glaciers from nearby mountains. Lake Calenhad is home to the famed Fortress of Redcliffe, as well as the Circle Tower, which houses Ferelden's Circle of Magi. In the east is the vast Bersilian Forest, which the superstitious locals profess to be haunted, and from which rises the Dragon's Peak, a solitary mountain that guards the capital of the city of Denerim. So saith Brother Genitivi. I think the theory is that time is different in the Fade. Sure, Velgar touches on that, a bit of Inquisition. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Everything they set up and establish as why things are so grimdark and awful and ruined, Veilguard really does just kind of chuck out the window and says, fuck that, that's not interesting. So, like, sure, I guess at this point it could be. It could be the case that both of them go and exist in the Fade, despite it shouldn't be. It's like a heinous and terrible thing to be a physical... Shouldn't even be possible. Like, the whole existence of the Fade is to be in a state of transitional flux. Like, you have no physicality, and if you did, it's heinous enough that the Maker literally banishes you and causes blight upon the world. I don't know. It's crazy. Politics of Ferelden. To our neighbors, Ferelden seems utterly chaotic. Unlike other monarchies, power does not descend from our throne. Rather, it rises from the support of the freeholders. Each freehold chooses the ban or Arl to whom it pays allegiance. Typically, this choice is based on proximity of the freehold to the Lord's castle, as it's worthless to pay for the upkeep of soldiers who will arrive at your land too late to defend it. For the most part, each generation of freeholders casts its lot with the same ban as their fathers did. But things can and do change. No formal oaths are sworn, and it is not unheard of, especially in the prickly central Banorn, for bans to court freeholders away from their neighbors. A practice which inevitably begets feuds that last for ages. Turns arose from amongst the bands, war leaders who, in antiquity, had grown powerful enough to move other bands to swear fealty to them. There were many turns in the days before King Calenhad, but he succeeded in whittling them down to only 2. Gwarin in the south, Highever in the north. These turns still hold the oaths of bands and Arls who they may call upon in the event of war or disaster. And similarly, the turns still hold responsibility for defending those sworn to them. The Arls were established by the turns, given command of strategic fortresses that could not be overseen by the turns themselves. Unlike the turns, the Arls have no bands sworn to them, and are simply somewhat more prestigious bands. The king is, in essence, the most powerful of the turns. Although Denerim was originally the tourneur of the king, it has since been reduced to an Arling, as the king's domain is now all of Ferelden. But even the king's power must come from the bands. Nowhere is this more evident than during the Landsmeet, an annual council for which all the nobles of Ferelden gather, held for almost 3,000 years except odd interruptions during blights and invasions. The sight of a king asking for, and working to win, the support of lesser men is a source of constant wonder to foreign ambassadors. From Ferelden Folklore and History by Sister Petrine. She hits the whiskey too much. Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 were dark fantasy. I'd still say Inquisition is as well. You're starting to move towards high fantasy, but I'd still argue that it stays in that area. Just getting a little more loose form at that point. The Bubsy Perfect Collection dropped. I got no idea what that is. Alright. Lake Calenhad. The waters of Lake Calenhad are steeped in legends. The Avar people say that it was once the site of Belenos, the mountain which stood at the center of the world, from which Korth the Mountain Father surveyed the earth and sky. But it was destroyed in the battle between Korth and the serpent Nathramar, leaving only a vast crater behind. When the Lady of the Skies saw that Belenos was gone, she wept, and her tears filled the crater, making the lake. The Tevinters believe that the waters of Lake Calenhad were blessed by Razikal, god of mysteries, and that those who drank from them were granted special insights. This was why they built the Great Tower on an island in the middle of the lake, hoping the powers of the lake would aid their magical research. But most of us know the legend of King Calenhad, which gives the place its name. It is said that Calenhad Theron spent a year and a day in the Tower of the Magi. Each day, he drew a single cup full of water from the lake and carried it to the Formari at the top of the tower. By magic, each cup of water was forged into a single ring of the mail armor the circle gave to Calenhad. In that armor, made from the lifeblood of the land itself, no blade could strike him, no arrow pierce him, so long as he stood on Ferelden soil. From Sister Petrine again. Lady, see a doctor. I mean, that sounds pretty badass. It's a hell of a legend. Lothrain. In ancient times, Lothrain was little more than a trading post that served the fortress of Ostagar to the south. Nowadays, it is larger, serving Redcliffe and the community of merchants and surface dwarves near Orzammar. Its location on the North Road gives it strategic value, so control of Lothrain has historically been a matter of contention between the southern Banorn and the South Reach Arling. King Calenhad himself stepped in and awarded the town to Southreach in the Exalted Age, which has largely ended the feud, or at least the appearance of it. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genetivi. And gets around. The Orlesian Empire. Yeah, I imagine they got a lot to say on this one. There are many lords and ladies in Val Royale. And I mean this literally. Once the system of noble titles in Orlais was labyrinthine. There was barons and baroness and baronets and sir barons and a horde of others, each with its own origins and its own nuances of comparison. The Orlesian aristocracy is ancient and much given to competition. All the nobility play the grand game, as it is known, whether they wish to or not. It is a game of reputation and patronage, where moves are made with rumors and scandal is the chief weapon. No gentle game, this. More blood has been drawn as a result of the grand game than any war the Orlesians have fought. Of this, I am assured by almost every gentleman here. As far as titles went, everything changed with the coming of Emperor Drakon, who established the Orlesian Empire as it exists now, and who created the Chantry. There is no more venerated figure in Orlais. In Val Royale, the statue of Drakon stands as tall as the statue of Andraste. Drakon determined that the grand game was tearing Orlais apart, so he abolished all titles besides his own, and Lord, and Lady. I am told, with some twittering amusement, that this action did not end the grand game as Drakon had intended. Now, the lords and ladies collected unofficial titles rather than official ones, such as the Exalted Patron of Cassis Clay, or Uncle to the Champion of Tremis. It is a headache to remember such titles, and one winces to think of the poor doorman at the balls who must rattle them off as each guest enters the room. The aristocracy is different from Ferelden in other ways as well. The Orlesians' right to rule stems directly from the Maker. There exists neither the concept of rule by merit, nor the slightest notion of rebellion. If one is not noble, one aspires to be, or at the least aspires to be in the good graces of a noble, and is ever watching for a way to enter the patronage of those better placed in the grand game. And then there are the masks and the cosmetics. I've not seen so much paint since the kennels at High Ever, but that is another story. From Beyond the Frostbacks by Ban Teoric of West Hill, 920 Dragon. Alright, now we jump all the way down yonder to talk about Old Redcliffe. You saw cool fan art where Sten tells Alistair to draw your weapon and Alistair doodles a sword on a piece of parchment? Hilarious. Hilarious and accurate interaction. 100%. Redcliffe. King Calenhad Therin was once famously declared, "The fate of Redcliffe is the fate of all Ferelden." Certainly, the castle is the first and last defense for the sole land route into Ferelden, and the country has never fallen to any force that did not first capture Redcliffe. The castle, which despite being 3 times captured, is popularly described as unassailable, also guards one of the largest and most prosperous towns in Ferelden. Redcliffe Village is well situated near the mountain pass to Orzammar and the Orlesian border, and so serves as a center of foreign trade. You're telling me Redcliffe Village is supposed to be like one of the most... There's no way. There's no way. We've seen that place. That place is a shithole. I don't care if they've been having, like, nights on end of attacks from the undead before we got there. That is not that great looking of a town. That's a hovel if I've ever seen one. You're out of your mind, game. For these reasons, Redcliffe is counted an Arling despite the smallness of the domain. The inhabitants of Redcliffe Village are primarily fishermen or merchants who ship dwarven goods through the pass from Orlais to Denerim. When the entire village smells of smoked fish on certain late autumn mornings, the merchants in their finery do their utmost to pretend otherwise. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genitivi. Alrighty, Sana. See you when I see you, Chief. The Teventa Imperium. The Imperium is little more than a dilapidated old slatterin, crouching in the far north of Thedas, drunkenly cursing at passerby, to recall her faded beauty. One can see that Minrathos was once the center of the world. The vestiges of her power and artistry yet stand. They are buried in the layers of filth that the Imperium's decadence has accumulated over the ages. The Magocracy live in elegant stone towers, literally elevated above the stench of the slaves and peasants below. The outskirts of Minrathos are awash in a sea of refugees turned destitute by the never-ending war between the Imperium and the Kunari. And yet, the Imperium survives. Whether with sword or magic, Tevinter remains a force to be reckoned with. Minrathos has been besieged by men, by Kunari, by Andraste herself, and never fallen. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genitivi. But it's pretty wild to think about. We've also seen Minrathos in Veilguard. But the idea of constantly being attacked by Kunari, and they still ain't wiped out. Kunari they'd be slacking and lacking. Overly hyped up, if you ask me. Legend of the Juggernaut. The arm of the Imperium is long. Once it reached even this forest, in a time when the barbarian tribes of the Clane still ruled the land. The Tevinter magisters fought to take it from them, inch by inch if need be, using terrible magic. The magister Harak brought an army to this forest, led by Alaric, his friend and general. For Alaric, Harak fashioned a suit of the finest armor, infused it with lyrium and his own blood magic, and named it Juggernaut, after the unstoppable giant golems guarding the gates of Minrathos. Thus armed did Alaric win many victories against the Clane. When defeat came, it came from within. Alaric's own lieutenants rose up against him, jealous of the favor he had curried with the magisters, and eager to take the Juggernaut armor from him. Alaric was slain, and as each successor gained the armor, the other lieutenants turned against him instead. The Tevinter outpost fell to vicious infighting. In a fury, Magister Harak voyaged to the outpost and slew the last 3 lieutenants. The Clane, however, were already approaching the outpost in force. The barbarian chieftain of the Clane desired the fabled armor himself, and even with all his power, Harak could not hope to stand against them all. Instead, Harak used the last of his own life force to cast a spell of blood magic that bound demons to the bodies of the 3 dead lieutenants as well as Harak's own lifeless corpse. These bound revenants hid the pieces of the Juggernaut armor, and although the barbarians sacked the outpost, the chieftain found neither the armor nor the revenants. The Juggernaut armor's legend lives on, and more than one brave soul has ventured into the depths of the Brazilian forest in search, never to return. Sister Petrine once again. You hate that they made Minrathos into a fantasy cyberpunk city? Neon holograms and floodlights and laser beams everywhere? Welcome to Veilguard across the board. Ruining as much as they possibly can in the dumbest way possible. But they had to appeal to a new audience, right? That makes it okay. The Grey Wardens. The first blight had already raged for 90 years. I'm about to shit on the blight. You're up there with the Kunari. Kunari couldn't take Minrathos, and now you're telling me that we had a blight for 90 years and they didn't win? Maybe Darkspawn ain't all that bad. Pathetic. The world was in chaos. A god had risen, twisted and corrupted. The remaining gods of Tevinter were silent, withdrawn. What writing we have recovered from those times is filled with despair, for everyone believed, from the greatest archons to the lowliest slaves, that the world was coming to an end. At Weishaupt Fortress in the desolate Enderfells, a meeting transpired. Soldiers of the Imperium, seasoned veterans who had known nothing their entire lifetimes except hopeless war, came together. When they left Weishaupt, they had renounced their oaths to the Imperium. They were soldiers no longer. They were the Grey Wardens. The Wardens began an aggressive campaign against the Blight, striking back against the Darkspawn, reclaiming lands given up for lost. The Blight was far from over, but their victories brought notice, and soon they received aid from every nation in Thedas. They grew in number as well as reputation. Finally, in the year 992 of the Tevinter Imperium, upon the Silent Plains, they met the Archdemon Dumat in battle. A third of all the armies of northern Thetis were lost to the fighting, but Dumat fell, and the Darkspawn fled back underground. Even that was not the end. The Imperium once revered 7 gods: Dumat, Zazikel, Toth, Andorral, Razikael, Lusakan, and Earthmiel. 4 have risen as archdemons. The Grey Wardens have kept watch through the ages, well aware that peace is fleeting, and that their war continues until the last of the dragon gods is gone. So saith Sister Petrine. The Korkari Wilds. It is said that in the midst of the Black Age, when werewolves stalked the lands of Ferelden in numbers, they kept every farmholder indoors and a hound on every doorstep. A powerful Arl of the Almari people stood and declared that he would put an end to the threat. His Arlings stood on the border of the Dark Forest on the southern border of the Ferelden Valley, and he claimed that the werewolves used the forest to launch their midnight assaults on humanity. For 20 years, this Arl led an army of warriors and hounds deep into the forest. In his hunt for the werewolves, he slew not only every wolf he came upon, but also every member of the chastened Wilder folk. Any one of them, he said, could harbor a demon inside and thus be a werewolf in disguise. For 20 years, the forest rang with screams and the rivers ran red. The tales say that an old chastened woman found her sons all dead at the Arl's blades. She pulled one of those very blades from one son's heart and plunged it into her own chest, cursing the Arl's name as she did so. Where her blood touched the ground, a mist began to rise. It spread and spread until it was everywhere in the forest. The Arl's army became lost, and it is said that they died there. Others say they wander still. The ruins of his Arlings stand to this day, filled with the ghosts of women waiting eternally for their husbands to return. The forest of the legend is, of course, the Korkari Wilds. There are as many legends about the Great Southern Forest as there are shadows. Or so the saying goes. The chastened Wilder folk have made their home there since mankind first came to these lands, and the wildlands spread as far into the south as anyone has ventured. Beyond the mists are vast tracts of snow, white-capped mountains, and entire fields of ice. It is a land too cold for mankind to survive, yet the chastened eke out an existence even there, and they tell of horrors beyond the wilds that the lowland folk could not begin to comprehend. To most, Ferelden simply ends with the Korkari Wilds. There is nothing beyond. The Wilds is a land of great trees, wet marshes, and dangerous monsters. What more need be said? From Land of the Wilders by Mother Alis, Chantry Scholar 918 Dragon. These ladies. You're a werewolf in disguise. Every Ferelden's gonna think you're a werewolf in disguise. Alright, we got some characters to break down now. Balin, he's dead. Who cares? This is a time for action, not cultured debate. Third of King Endrin's children, Balin has always been considered the last and least of his family. Not the heir, nor the favorite, and not as accomplished as either sibling. Balin's most notable trait was his ability to stay out of trouble. His efforts were for nothing, though. The assembly named Pyrrol Harrowmount King of Orzammar, and the coup he tried to stage in revenge was cut down almost before it began. Get wrecked, loser! Connor, my boy! Uh-oh. I feel like I'm sleeping, but I guess I'm not. While most of the bands and Arls of Ferelden cart their children with them to the Landsmeet in the interest of eventually marrying them off, Connor has spent his entire life at Redcliffe. And it's hardly surprising. The child possessed the gift of magic. By law, he should have been taken to the Circle of Magi at the first sign, abdicating his claim to Redcliffe. Instead, the boy was kept out of public view and his magic hushed up, with disastrous results. All mages are beacons that attract the attention of Fade spirits. Because of this, they are trained and tested by the Circle to ensure that they can withstand attacks from malevolent Fade creatures that seek entry into the waking world. Untrained Connor drew the attention of a powerful demon that tore the veil asunder. He was freed from the demon's power at a terrible price. The cost of his mother's life. Connor himself will be sent to the circle where he will no longer endanger innocent people. That's not correct, Codex. I did not kill the mother. And he will get sent to the circle, but we may have banged the demon and then also made a deal with the demon in a reversal of time. That she gets ownership later. That's for the circle to deal with. Arl Amen! Nobility does not exist without obligation. We owe all we have, even our lives, to our land and our people. As the maternal uncle of King Kaelin, Arl Eamon is one of the king's most trusted advisors. Redcliffe, while not a large or especially wealthy part of the Ferelden, did they not just describe it as being wealthy because so much trade happens there? Is a critical strategic location. The fortress guards the western pass that leads to Orlais, as well as the major trade route with Orzammar. A well-respected man, though not the most charismatic, King Kaelin once said of him, "My Uncle Eamon is a man everyone thinks well of," when they remember to think of him at all. He fell ill with a mysterious condition that even magic could not treat. King Endrin Adukin. Denial of the traditions of our people does not qualify as a political technicality. Endrin of House Adukin traces his ancestry back to the Paragon Adukin, the greatest warrior of Orzammar's history, who beat back the Darkspawn hordes in the First Blight. The second son of King Ansgar Adukin, he became heir after his elder brother died in approving. The most respected king in 4 generations, he restored contact with Kal Sharok, the only other remaining city of the once vast Dwarven Empire, which had been lost during the First Blight. Brother Genetivi. As it is the duty of all true sons of the Chantry to make the chant heard from every corner of the world, I made it my mission to find as many corners of the world as possible. The Maker can hardly expect us to do one without the other. So saith Genetivi. Mother Genetivi is one of the Chantry's most well-known scholars, primarily on the basis of the stories he has published, which many of his contemporaries dismiss as fanciful, of his travels across the length and breadth of Thedas. His travels, and rather too curious nature, led him to a study of folklore, which gave him the notion that he could track down the most debated of all artifacts, the Urn of Sacred Ashes. He announced that he had found what appeared to be the Trial of the Urn, left in the legends of the regions through which it had passed from Minrathos on its way into hiding. And he appears to have been right. The final resting place of Andraste lay at the summit of a remote mountain that I literally stand in front of the door of. Lord Pyrrol Harrowmount. No one is born with rights to the throne. The sitting king may recommend a successor, but the assembly ultimately decides who will rule. House Harrowmount is one of the oldest noble houses, as old as Orzammar itself. Endrin's most trusted advisor, Harrowmount is well known for being an able administrator and the author of many compromises in the ever-warring assembly. His promise to King Endrin to keep Balin off the throne was upheld by the intervention of one Paragon and the Grey Warden Blatusa. Harrowmount was named king by the assembly, ending the internal strife in Orzammar. Arl Rendon Howe. Truly the biggest piece of shit. It appears it will be civil war after all, despite the Darkspawn. Pity. The Arling of Amaranthine winds along the sinuous northeastern coast of Ferelden. The waking sea is known for its temper, and the storms that sweep in from the warmer northern waters are sudden and brutal. These are the lands of Rendon Howe. He was born during the occupation, and like many of the nobles at that time, joined Prince Merrick's rebels. He fought alongside young Bryce Kuzlin, future Turn of Highever, and Leonis Brylan, future Arl of Southreach, at the bloody Battle of White River. It was the most catastrophic defeat of the entire occupation, from which only 50 rebel soldiers escaped alive. Although he was decorated for valor by King Merrick, Hal's abrasive manners have earned him almost universal dislike among his peers. As I said, big old pile of poop. First Enchanter Irving. If you want to survive, you must learn the rules and realize that sometimes sacrifices are necessary. The circle will go on, and we will learn from this tragedy and be strengthened by it. There is no higher office in a circle tower than that of First Enchanter. The one who holds this title must not only be an able administrator, but also a mentor, a leader, and surrogate parent to all the mages of the tower. Irving has proven himself to be all these things with an added dose of cunning. Most apprentices know that little goes on in the tower that Irving does not know. He can soothe Templars angered by some childish magical prank at the same time that he lauds the pranksters, and everyone walks away satisfied. Although much of the circle was destroyed by Uldred's abominations, Irving survived and plans to rebuild what he can. Tim Curry's voice acting's so perfect in this game. Yeah, because Tim Curry's the fucking man. He's an incredible actor. He relishes playing a slimy snake, yeah. Talent, baby, talent. Wish I had it. Arlessa is old. For the one who delivers the sacred ashes of Our Lady will have the esteem of Redcliffe and all the riches it is in my power to grant. Me. The Arling of Redcliffe was a source of constant trouble for Emperor Reveal during the occupation. It was rumored that since each new report sent the Emperor into a fit of violent rage, his court had taken to poisoning messengers before they could deliver their accounts. Isolde's family was the 10th to be given the difficult task of governing Redcliffe, and since most of the previous Arls had either been murdered by their bands or beheaded by the Emperor, they did not approach the job with a great deal of enthusiasm. Isolde met Aemon, not realizing he was the rightful heir to her father's domain, and quickly became smitten with him for being part of the resistance. Never mind that it was her family he was resisting. Perhaps a bit too romantic for her own good, she insisted upon staying behind with Aemon when the rest of her family was driven out. Women get into the weirdest shit, dude. When her only son began to show signs of possessing magic, Isolde tried to cover it up, knowing that he would be taken from her by the Circle if found out. She hired an apostate mage to tutor him in secret, little knowing that her tutor was being paid to poison her husband. Aemon fell ill, and Connor, desperate, tried to use magic to save his father. Magic that attracted the attention of a demon. She gave her life. She did not give her life. Stop lying, game. He did a fight in front of Brother Genitivi, and he goes, I haven't seen anyone suspicious. Yeah, I wonder where he was. He was supposed to be in that room when I went back into the central area and fought a bunch of people. I didn't see him anywhere. I hope he's alright. Imagine a guy rolling up and like getting ready to murder your family, chases him out, and then you swoon into his arms willingly, like, let me stay with you. It's insane. Insane. Liliana. In the cloister, away from the fuss and... That is not Liliana's voice. I gotta put on my best female French accent here. In the cloister, away from the fuss and flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. Oh god. Horrible. Horrible. A lay sister of the Chantry who can beat the stuffing out of trained mercenaries would be notable enough, but one who also claims to have been sent to fight the Darkspawn by the Maker himself is unusual, to say the least. She joined Alistair and Bladusa in Lothering, insisting that she would prove useful. There's more to Liliana than had even been apparent at Lothering, however. Lothering, there we go. She spent much of her life as a bard in Orlais, a minstrel, assassin, and spy employed by the nobles of Val Royale. in their elaborate games of intrigue. Her decision to join the Chantry was not merely the product of her disenchantment with the life of a bard. Liliana was framed by her bard master and fled to escape execution as a traitor. Alright, Loghain! Remember when you used to be cool, Loghain? I remember. Understand this, I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone. It's that crazy thing controlling me. All part of the plan. Loghain was born a farmer during a time when his country was under foreign occupation. When he was still a boy, he joined the resistance, where his considerable tactical genius quickly became apparent. He became close friends with Prince Merrick, the last true heir to the Ferelden throne, and together they led the rebels to drive out the forces of the Orlesian Empire. Merrick raised his friend to the nobility, and Loghain is now more of a symbol than a man. He represents the Ferelden ideals of hard work and independence. During the Battle of Ostagar, he fled the field, leaving King Cailan and the Grey Wardens to die. He then returned to Denerim and declared himself the regent to his daughter, Queen Honora, demanding that Ferelden follow him against the Darkspawn. Upsetting a great many of the bands, his actions sparked a civil war. Loghain's supporters found themselves fighting their neighbors who blamed Loghain for the death of the king, as well as those who simply wished to take advantage of the power vacuum. Oghren! I'm not saying I should be your first pick for a dance partner at the inaugural ball, but in the deep roads, I'm your man. Give me a beer, Warden. Shave my back and slap my ass. Call me an elf. Oghren of House Condrat was once a promising member of the warrior caste. His house was not especially high-ranked, but many of its members, Oghren included, had won notable victories in the Provings and were considered to be rising in prestige. Where are we? When a Smith caste family with plenty of money but no political connections offered their daughter in marriage, his family accepted the match. And then everything changed. His wife, Branka, was named a paragon for her achievements. All of House Condrat joined her newly made noble house, Branka, and vanished with her into the deep roads. As time passed and it became more and more clear that Oghren had been abandoned, he became the butt of jokes throughout Orzammar. He took to drink, which didn't especially help. Drunk and humiliated, he challenged another warrior to a proving over an insult and killed him. The match was meant to be fought to first blood. As a punishment, he was stripped of his house and barred from bearing arms. The only fate worse for a warrior than exile. The Grey Warden Bladusa mounted a search for Branka and found her, and the Anvil of Devoid, for which she led her house to their deaths. Oghren enjoys challenging his palate with alcohols of ever-increasing rarity, potency, and outright lethality. This has afforded him no benefit whatsoever. Shale! Like, oh God, I can't do a Shale voice. What can I say? I have a heart of stone. I can't even get relatively close. Holy shit. How do you do a Shale voice, y'all? I don't know. The Golems of Orzammar once made up the vanguard of the Dwarven army, holding back the tides of Darkspawn that flooded out of the deep roads, but the art of making them was lost, and many of them succumbed to wear and damage in battle. Shale has no memories either of the time spent fighting in the deep roads or of coming to Honlith. Only a few spotty and bitter recollections of its last master. Bladusa unearthed Shale's control rod and awakened it, adding a bitter, malfunctioning golem to the menagerie of companions. 300 years earlier, she had been Shale of House Kadash, warrior of King Voltor, and a volunteer who chose to dedicate her life for all time to defense of Orzammar. Sten. Either you have an inviolable memory or a pitiable life to know nothing of regret. I'm Kunari. The northern islands are remote, lush jungles that harbor cities rumored to be the most extraordinary ever built. These are the lands of the Kunari, lands that no foreign eyes ever see. Only the stories of the 3 exultant marches waged against the giants have reached the south, until the arrival of Sten. The stoic giant in the cage was surely the strangest thing the people of Lothlorien had ever seen, until the blight struck. He was sent with a small group of Kunari soldiers to investigate the blight and report back. Outside Lothlorien, they were ambushed by Darkspawn. They fought off the attack, but only Sten survived. Farmers found him dying and took him in, but when he awoke, alone and unarmed, he panicked, killing the entire family. Realizing he had sacrificed his honor, Sten waited for the villagers to come and then surrendered, expecting death. His sword and his honor restored, Sten chose to continue with Bladusa and take the battle to the Archdemon. As you should. When? I'm 40 and decrepit. It's perfectly all right to think about the many indignities you plan to inflict on your enemies, but to talk about it, well, that would be unladylike. Meh. Wynn's talent became apparent early on, particularly her skill at healing magic. She was well liked by all her mentors, and was recognized as an exceptionally gifted student. Even the Templars who watched her could not deny that she represented the best the Circle had to offer. She was an intelligent young woman who possessed a quiet confidence and maturity beyond her years. She spent many years mentoring apprentices within the Circle, and her peers thought so highly of her that she was asked to be First Enchanter Irving's successor, but she refused, saying that she had no desire to work in the upper echelons. She just wanted to bang him and leave him. Typical. When word reached the tower of King Kaelin's call to arms, Wynn volunteered to go to Ostagar. For Wynn, the printed word is a window to true understanding. A scholar by heart, she feels that what a people commit to the page is sacred by definition. Keeper Zathrian? Been a minute since we thought about you. Even with all our magic and skill, we only delay the inevitable. Get wrecked, elf loser. It is said the elves lived in Ferelden long before any others set foot there, and though most of their knowledge has been lost, it falls to the keeper of each clan to preserve what they have. Zathrian is an old, severe elf with little love for outsiders, but his clan is facing a more trying enemy than most. Long ago, in retribution for an attack against his clan, he unleashed a terrible curse. He summoned a spirit into this world and set it upon the humans who had wronged him. The spirit did not simply slaughter Zathrian's enemies, it transformed them into monstrous beasts. In time, however, the werewolves he had created regained their minds, and they sought out the one responsible for their suffering, turning the curse upon Zathrian's own people. At the urging of the Lady of the Forest, Bladtusa persuaded Zathrian to give up his own life, returning the werewolves to their human forms and saving the elves who had been inflicted with the curse. We also got told, well, I guess he probably cares less about that, but we also did get told that he was turning, or like other humans were turning. And he responded with like, yeah, but they're all related to the original lot, so he doesn't give a shit. Not just the elves, but that's probably all he gave a shit about. Zev, the crows send their regards. Kiss me, Warden. Between the Tevinter Imperium, Rivain and the Free Marches sits the nation of Antiva. Although it possesses few resources of its own, Antiva's location makes it a center for trade in the north, and the capital, Antiva City, is the wealthiest in the world. Antiva has virtually no army. The monarchy is too weak to support one. Most Antivans would be hard-pressed even to name the current king, as the true power lies in the hands of a dozen merchant princes, each with a personal army, and each locked in a constant struggle for power against all the others. Anyone would think, then, that Antiva would be a ripe target for invasion by one of her neighbors, but even the Kunari leave Antiva alone for one very good reason. The House of Crows. The most efficient, most feared, and most expensive guild of assassins in the world calls Antiva their home, and their reputation alone defends the borders. Zevron was the crow contracted by Loghain to assassinate Alistair and Bladusa. One failed attempt later, however, he found himself at the mercy of his would-be victims. They showed him unexpected mercy, and in return he swore to aid the Wardens on their quest to end the Blight. Zevron shows an affinity for the finer things in life. Hardly surprising for an Antivan Crow. But his appreciation can be more poetic than he lets on. A simple bar of refined silver or gold, uncomplicated by craftsman's hammer, is elegantly valuable. This is like being read a bedtime story. Yeah, these codex entries, we got a lot to go still. Well, I guess actually not that much. Books and songs, notes. We don't gotta read spell combos, I don't think. There's probably nothing interesting here, other than saying... I guess I could read them. It looks like they have a little bit of flavor text to them, but there's not much there. I won't read controls. Alright, so there's still a lot. Yeah, there's still quite a lot. We're getting there, though. Witherfang. Witherfang is, according to the Keeper Zathrian, a wolf. He is no ordinary wolf. Yeah, a little sexy-ass wolf. However, he is a wolf possessed by a powerful spirit and the source of the werewolf curse that plagues the Brazilian forest. While Witherfang is hundreds of years old and very powerful in his own right, the only way to end his curse is to cut out his heart and bring it to Zathrian. It appears that Witherfang has two sides, as nature does. One is the wolf, savage and male, but the other is the lady of the forest, gentle and female. Witherfang is both beast and beauty, terrible and peace-loving. The lady has guided the werewolves of the Brazilian forest to come to peace with their nature, as she has. And then there's old Sophia. Sophia Dryden is Ferelden's light and her most brilliant jewel. Nothing on this earth can ever quench her fire. Well, we read this too, didn't we? I think we read this one. Yeah, we read this one before and then I lost. I'll read the addendum though. King Arlen had driven the Grey Wardens from Ferelden, and after the siege of Soldier's Peak, the base was abandoned. When Soldier's Peak was finally entered again for the first time in centuries, it was discovered that Sophia had been possessed by a demon. Yeah, we had read that one before, but it was not tracked because my save must have been corrupted or something. Avalyn, Knight of Orlais. Pretty sure I haven't won or read this one. Oh my god, look at all those flashing codex entries. Woo! Buckle up, y'all. Avalyn was born to an Orlesian farmer near the city of Halamsharal in the early half of the Storm Age. She was a large and ugly baby. Fuck, that's rough. And her father had hoped for a boy. Damn, dude. Not wanting another mouth to feed, the farmer left Avalyn in the woods to die from exposure. But a traveling band of Dalish elves came upon the crying child. They saw it and they thought it was hideous, so they took it in. Kind of as a joke. The elves took her into their clan and raised her as their own. They taught her archery, dueling, and survival skills. When she came of age, she was larger and stronger than most women, let alone elven women. Her adoptive parents knew that she was a fine warrior, so they encouraged her to enter a human tournament in nearby Montsamart. But women were not permitted to join the knighthood in Orlais, nor to compete in a tournament, so Avalyn joined the tournament as a man. Her clan forged a suit of armor with a full helm and gave her an iron-barked sword of the finest quality. Avalyn entered the competition claiming to be a knight of Antiva. She refused to doff her helmet, even during the archery competition, and sure enough, Avalyn bested many other knights until, in the grand melee, she came upon Kalava, a knight who served the emperor and was considered the finest in the land. Kalava was determined not to be beaten, and struck swiftly and strongly. As Avalyn matched each of his blows, Kalava grew ever more frustrated. Finally, in desperation, he tripped Avalyn and threw her to the ground. The blow knocked her helm from her head, and Kalava was shamed. He called to have the competition declared invalid, but the crowd booed and jeered. In anger, Kalava turned and slew Avalyn as she lay helpless. The son of the emperor, Prince Freyan, was also present at the tourney. He too had been beaten by Evelyn, but he recognized her skill and bravery and was saddened by the injustice of her death. Upon rising to the Emperor's seat in 744 Storm, Freyan abolished the law that disallowed women from joining the Orlesian knighthood and posthumously knighted Evelyn. Although women in the Orlesian knighthood are still a rarity today, all those who do become knights revere Sir Evelyn as their patron. Fancy. A Ballad of Aislay. The wind that stirs their shallow graves carries their song across the sands. Heed our words, hear our cry, the grey are sworn, in peace we lie. Heed our words, hear our cry, our names recalled, we cannot die. When darkness comes and swallows light, heed our words, and we shall rise. From the Ballad of Aislay, said to have been written after the Battle of Aislay, which ended the Fourth Blight 520 Exalted. They'd be chanting as they kill Darkspawn. I appreciate that. Adventures of the Black Fox. Born Lord Remy Vaskell in 863 Blessed, the Black Fox was a dashing thief, and a rogue who went on to inspire so many tales of his exploits that it is nearly impossible to determine today which are true and which are merely fabricated legend. Despite coming from nobility, he has become something of a hero of the common people. His initial exploits involved ridiculing the tyrannical and powerful Lord of Val Shevin. Wearing a mask, he would appear in public and disrupt the Lord's plans to the point that the Lord angrily put a huge bounty on the life of this cunning fox. The origin of the nickname, which stuck, that the primary bounty hunter who took the job, Carolus, ended up becoming Remy's lifelong partner in crime, only after nearly killing him several times, is one of the most popular tales told in taverns today. The story is often exaggerated to make Remy appear initially buffoonish, until Carolus becomes so furious at the Black Fox's inexplicable ability to escape that the cunning Remy gains the upper hand, which impresses Carolus so much that the bounty hunter joins him. After years of terrorizing the Lord's men and foiling his tax collectors, a favorite pastime of Remy's according to the Orlesian commoners, Remy was supposedly betrayed by his lover Servana de Montfort. In some versions of the tale, a mage of the circle, no less, and captured. After more than a year of torture, Remy was rescued from prison by his compatriots, including a repentant Servana, and together they escaped Orlais. In this period of Remy's adventures, he appears almost everywhere in Thedas. As his legend grew, more innkeepers and merchants were happy to claim that the Black Fox had visited their village or establishment and performed some legendary feat. If the tales are to be believed, Remy led the Lord's men on a merry chase. He became embroiled in political intrigue in Navarra, was hunted by the crows of Antiva, and then kidnapped by a powerful mage in Tevinter. In each situation, Remy escaped death at the last moment, foiled the evildoer, and improved life for the poor and downtrodden. Then, inevitably, he rejoined his band of adventurers and moved on to the next land. His companions, Carolus and Servana, the wise dwarf Bolek, and the tempestuous knight Sir Clementus, have each spawned their own individual legends over the years. The stories all agree that, at some point, the Black Fox disappeared. He and his fellow adventurers voyaged into the heart of the Arlathan forest seeking the sunken city of the elves, and never returned. Many more are the tales that expand on what ultimately happened to them in that forest, and postulate on how they could someday be rescued. From the Adventures of the Black Fox by Gaston Ganault. 9/11 Dragon. Howdy, Samurai. How you doing? And now, for the Legend of Calenhad, Chapter 1. Prior to the crowning of King Calenhad, Ferelden was little more than a collection of independent Arlings and Tyranneers that warred on each other constantly over petty matters. Calenhad was born in 510 Exalted as the third son of a high-ever merchant on hard times. He was eventually sent to a distant cousin, a poor young knight named Sorforanan, who made Calenhad his squire and dog handler. As the tale goes, Sorforanan and his squire became caught up in one of the Wars of Unity at the time. Arl Mirrodin was a strong but generally disliked man who was making a bid for kingship. Oranan's own lord, a young fool of an Arl named Tinador, no older than Calenhad, was besieged by Mirrodin's forces at his castle, today known as West Hill. When Mirrodin called Tinador out to parley, the young Arl asked for a volunteer from amongst the squires, someone who could masquerade as Tinador in the parley party. Calenhad kneeled before Tinador and asked for the honor. Much to Tinador's and Sir Fornan's dismay, Calenhad immediately identified himself to Arl Mirrodin. When asked by the Arl why he was here, Calenhad explained that he had been asked to take the place of his lord. The Arl said that he had planned to kill Tinador. Was Calenhad willing to die in his lord's place as well? Calenhad impressed Mirrodin and his allies by saying that he was. Mirrodin offered Calenhad a place as his own squire, but Calenhad refused, stating that if Mirrodin had planned on betraying the right of parley, he was no man of honor. Mirrodin's allies laughed at that, and Mirrodin himself conceded that Calenhad had a point. He allowed Calenhad to return to the castle safely and launched his final assault. During the assault, both Tinador and Foranan were killed, but Calenhad found himself in one-on-one combat with Arl Mirrodin. In front of all of Mirrodin's allies, Calenhad defeated the Arl and commanded he call off his armies. The Arl asked Calenhad who he professed to serve now, if both his knight and his lord were dead, to which Calenhad replied that he would do as his honor bade him to, for he had nothing else. "You are not a man known for your honor," Calenhad said, "but I believe you wish to be. You allowed me to live once, and so now I do the same for you. Perhaps if more of our people lived by honor, we would learn to trust each other long enough to live together." That is a hell of a line right there. And with that, Calenhad withdrew his sword. What a badass. "I am humbled by your words," Arl Mirrodin told Calenhad, dropping to one knee. To his allies, he shouted that he now knew he would never be king, but he knew who should be. With that, Mirrodin pledged allegiance to Calenhad, whom he named Tern and ruler of Tinador's lands. That's a sick-ass start to a legend, dude. Nexus mods are now asking for ID. Ooh. Things be getting weird out there, I suppose. Look, there's definitely some mods that yeah, I bet you that's just pressure from like kind of the bigger name threats. Mostly thinking of mostly looking at things like Capcom. I'm sure there's been more heinous instances, but I know there's like a big old fuss about Capcom and certain mods on Nexus mods there. They really want to like bring down the hammer on. I'm sure it's just escalated from that point. The UK government? Mm-hmm. It's that whole nonsense with the credit card stuff too. Great! That can't possibly spiral into being more problematic in any way, shape, or form. Surely not. Good morning, Loki. Howdy, howdy. The Legend of Calenhad, Chapter 2. With the allegiance of Arl Mirrodin, Calenhad began his rise to greatness. Some of Mirrodin's allies also pledged allegiance, but most thought him foolhardy. A boy commoner was to lead them and become king? Over the years that followed, however, Calenhad would prove himself worthy of Mirrodin's trust. With each victory, he won over more men to his command, and his reputation as a man of honor spread. Eventually, during his campaign against the lowland Banorn, he met his most infamous friend and companion, the vaunted warrior Lady Shayna. Calenhad married the famously beautiful daughter of Mirrodin, Myron, and his firm belief in the ways of the Chantry became the staple of his court. In a time when the Chantry was still new to the lands and courts following Andraste held the majority of the power in Ferelden, Calenhad began to solidify the nation as one in line with the other nations around it. This piety eventually won over to Calenhad those faithful in Ferelden who had been waiting for such a leader. With Lady Shayna at his side, Calenhad was unstoppable, and by 542 Exalted, the war for Ferelden had come down to one final battle against the collected forces of Simeon, Turn of Denerim, and the most potent nobleman in the land. Calenhad persuaded the Circle of Magi to come to his aid, as well as the Ash Warriors, and in the Battle of White Valley, he famously defeated Turn Simeon and united the nation. During the battle, Simeon nearly killed Calenhad, but Lady Shayna intervened and took the wound for him, slaying Simeon. Calenhad was crowned king in Denerim that year, with Myron his queen, but he spent much of the months that followed nursing Lady Shayna back to health. King Calenhad's Ferelden was peaceful for a time, with the chantry spreading quickly under the king's guidance. Everywhere the king and queen went, they were surrounded by cheering crowds. The common folk celebrated Calenhad as one of their own who had achieved the impossible. And trade opened up with many outside lands for the first time in Ferelden's existence. But, as with many such golden ages, it was not to last. From The Legend of Calenhad by Brother Heron, Chantry Scribe 810 Blessed. How's the game coming along? It has not moved even a millimeter. We're doing a giant reading session of all these codexes that I've ignored, and brother, let me tell you, we're pretty far into the game, so I have a whole lot of reading to do. So kind of, get cozy, settle in, and ready your ears to be yapped at for the foreseeable future. Got a lot to get through. I know I already read this one, but it'd feel wrong to read 1 and 2 and not do 3 right after, right? Get the full picture. Calenhad's legend tells that Lady Shayna harbored a love for her king that went beyond friendship, a love that she had kept secret out of her sense of duty and honor. When offered a love potion by a witch in disguise, a witch who would later turn out to be the vengeance-seeking sister of Arl Simeon, Lady Shayna gave in to temptation. She used the potion on Calenhad, but Queen Myron discovered the two of them together that night, and, broken-hearted, fled Denerim to return to her father. She told Mirrodin everything, and he angrily threatened to revoke his support of Calenhad and begin anew the Civil War. It is said that Lady Shayna felt remorseful at her manipulation of her best friend's heart, and confessed her use of forbidden magic to the court. Although her life was forfeit, Calenhad forgave Lady Shayna for what she had done and refused to have her executed. Mirrodin furiously roused the other Arls against Calenhad and Lady Shayna, and it was not long before Ferelden stood on the brink of civil war once again. Against Calenhad's orders, Lady Shayna went alone to Myron, to plead for peace and plead her case, only to be found out by Mirrodin and slain. Angered but also saddened, Calenhad challenged Mirrodin to an honor duel, a fight neither of them wanted but both knew was necessary. And Mirrodin was slain. The death of the king's greatest ally, an important Arl, was too much for the young kingdom to bear. The other Arls would not back down in their claims against Calenhad. The threat of civil war rose once again. Calenhad went to his wife one last time then, although none know what he said to her, and then he simply vanished. He left with Myron a proclamation abdicating his throne in favor of the son his queen carried in her belly, who eventually ascended to the throne as King Wayland I, the king credited with establishing the Theron dynasty lasting to this day. Calenhad would never reappear. The legend of Calenhad himself only grew over time, as stories and sightings multiplied, even long after the point when Calenhad could possibly still be alive. Some say he disappeared into the Korkari wilds or went to live with the dwarves, or even became a monk in the reclusive Chantry Order. Or in a reclusive Chantry Order. The Chantry named Calenhad one of the Anointed in 788 Storm. Calenhad's sword, Nemetos, was left with Myron and became a symbol of Ferelden kingship over the next century. Rumors of its magical powers grew, and when it was lost in the ambush that killed King Venadrin in 824 Blessed, it was seen as a great blow to the Theron line. Several false swords have appeared since that time, but never has the true sword resurfaced. From the Legend of Calenhad, by Brother Heron. Reminder to switch from top chat to live chat? What you talking about? Pour the vocal gravy right in. Ah, good shout. There we go. One of these days I'll learn how to work YouTube. Maybe. No promises. Why does vocal gravy gross you out? I think if you use the word gravy in a certain kind of way in context, it has a natural sort of like unpleasantness to it. But don't you worry, Loki. I'll give you all the gravy you could want. It's coming. Just stay in the chair for the moment. Please and thank you. Caridin's Journal, 940, 45th day. 5th year, the reign of King Valtor. I have done it. The vision the ancestors gave me has come to fruition. Today a man sat up from my forge, a man of living stone and steel. I called him Golem, for the legend of those great statues animated by the dead. They are our future and our salvation. 940, 60th day, 5th year. Of the reign of King Valtor. It is a horrific process. Not every man could do such a thing and survive with his mind intact. I am honored that the ancestors believe I have the strength to bear this burden and forge Orzamar's defenders. Nothing so great may be achieved without sacrifice, nor may stone and steel walk without a spirit to animate them. 940, 73rd day, 5th year of the reign of King Valtor. I have asked for volunteers. Some few answered, men of the warrior caste, younger sons with no property, no chance for marriage. They want to defend Orzammar from the horrors these humans have unleashed. They want to live forever in a body stronger than the finest armor. They do not ask to speak with those who have gone before. I have put off saying this even in these pages, but I must say it now. My golems will be powered by their deaths. These brave warriors come to me, naked as they were born. I dress them in a skin of armor, so large it makes the burliest look no more than a babe. The anvil their first and final cradle. We are surrounded by a mile of earth on all sides. No one hears the screams as I pour molten lyrium through the eye holes, the mouth, every joint and clink in the armor. They silence quickly, but the smell lingers. Just a trace of blood in the greater stench of hot metal. I must work fast. The armor is malleable now, as I shape it with hammer and tongs. It is not long before it moves beneath my hands, writhing and twisting with every blow. It speaks again now, a low moan, but I have learned to tune it out. I can afford no error in this craft. There can be no melted slag blinding the eyes, nor an unhewn bit of granite shackling the leg. They groan at my work, but would they rather be broken, crippled? Those I have spoken to tell me of the pain, but could they see themselves? They would see perfection. From the Journal of Caridin. Fucking brutal, dude. My god. We're missing part 1, but here's the history of the Chantry, chapter 2. When the prophet of Andraste and her husband Mafarath arrived at the head of their barbarian horde, southern Tevinter was thrown into chaos. The Imperium had defended against invasions in the past, but now they stood without the protection of their gods, with their army in tatters and their country devastated by the blight. Many felt that the timing of the invasion was yet another of the Maker's miracles in Andraste's campaign to spread his divine word. Andraste was more than simply the wife of a warlord, after all. She was also the betrothed of the Maker. Enraptured by the melodic sound of her voice, as she sang to the heavens for guidance, the Maker himself appeared to Andraste and proposed that she come with him. leaving behind the flawed world of humanity. In her wisdom, Andraste pleaded with the Maker to return his people and create paradise in the world of men. The Maker agreed, but only if all of the world would turn away from the worship of false gods and accept the Maker's divine commandments. Armed with the knowledge of the one true God, Andraste began the exalted march into the weakened Imperium. One of the Maker's commandments, that magic should serve man rather than rule over him, was as honey to the souls of the downtrodden of Tevinter who lived under the thumbs of the Magisters. Word of Andraste's exalted march, of her miracles and military successes, spread far and wide. Those in the Imperium, who felt the old gods had abandoned them, eagerly listened to the words of the Maker. Those throngs of restless citizens that destroyed temples now did so in the name of the Maker and his prophet, Andraste. As Mafarath's armies conquered the lands of southern Tevinter, so did Andraste's words conquer hearts. It is said that the Maker smiled on the world at the Battle of Valorian Fields, in which the forces of Mafarath challenged and defeated the greatest army Tevinter could muster. The southern reaches of the mighty Imperium now lay at the mercy of barbarians. Faith in the Maker, bolstered by such miracles, threatened to shake the foundations of the Imperium apart. Of course, the human heart is more powerful than the greatest weapon, and when wounded, it is capable of the blackest of deeds. Says Brother Genitivi. And now the tale of Ilorin. In the days after the rising of Zazikel, the Dark Ones covered every corner of the land. The archdemon drove all the nations of the world before him, Shemlin and Elven alike. In the far north, where the hills wandered the plains, and the earth is eternally baked beneath the uncaring sun, the lands which the Shemlin call Anderfels, a clan of our people lived, struggling to survive the blight. Ilorin was their keeper, a hunter in his younger days, crafty as any wolf. He led his people always just ahead of the Darkspawn who chased them. But the old hunter knew that even Hala cannot run forever. They must turn and fight or be run down. At the foot of the Myrdain, the Darkspawn cornered Ilorin's clan. That night, the moon was strangled by clouds, the earth concealed by a dread mist that rose out of nowhere, so that the Elven could not tell up from down. In the confusion, the Darkspawn attacked. But Ilorin had prepared for them. All around the camp, the hunters had strewn dry grass, brush, and brambles. When the sound of rustling footfalls began, Ilorin and the other Hothrin called upon the old magic. They struck out with lightning, and though the bolts missed the Darkspawn, they hit their target all the same. The sea of kindling lit, and not one of the dark creatures made it through the fire to reach Ilorin's clan. From the Tale of Ilorin, written by Azathrian, as it has been passed down from keeper to keeper for generations. The Noladar, Anthology of Dwarven Poetry. The undead exhumed, born from the shallowest graves, mined from the living. By the Paragon Lynchar, 744 Storm. Hearing me butcher the Elven language is kind of hilarious. Yeah, look, I said I'd read it. I didn't say I'd be right about it. Do you like fried mush and nug? I do not like them, Mr. Klug. I do not like fried mush and nug. Would you eat them on a rug? If you eat, you'll get a hug. I would not eat them on a rug. From you, I would not want a hug. Then would you drink them from a jug? Come on, give them a chug. I would not drink them from a jug. I'd rather eat a slimy slug. Would you eat them with a bug? Would you share them with a thug? I would not share them with a thug. I would not eat them with a bug. Not for a hug, not for a rug. From a jug, I will not chug. Come on now, Mr. Klug. Are you on some kind of drug? Eat them in this hole I dug. Eat them! Don't just shrug. I've had it, Mr. Klug. Down into that hole you dug. Down with the thug, and the slug and the bug. By the Paragon Seuss, 212 Glory, hilarious. Best entry so far. Never surrender! Dwarvish blood may be lukewarm, but vital as ore. By the Paragon Lynchar. 748 Storm. Gonna read that poem to your wife? Oh, I hope she is a lady of taste, because that there, some quality writing. There once was a miner of lyrium, whose face looked like a perineum. The dead got him too. Not much he could do with a face like that. He was a shoo-in. By the wordsmith Carl of House Yonok, 911 Dragon. The First Blight, Chapter 1. I feel like I'm missing a few of these Blight entries here. Thedas is a land of fierce diversity. No, it's not. It's all elves, baby. Haven't you heard? You're an elf. I'm an elf. We're all elves. It don't fucking matter. From the assassin princes of Antiva to the fated griffins of the Anderfels. But in my travels, I have found one take that unites the people of this land. Elves! It is a story of pride and damnation, and although the telling differs, the essence of the tale remains the same. At the height of its power, the Tevinter Imperium stretched over much of Thedas, uniting the known world under the rule of the tyrannical Magisters. It is said that the old gods whom the Magisters worshipped gave them the knowledge of blood magic, and the Magisters used this forbidden power to cement their rule. The blood of elven slaves and humans alike ran down imperial altars to fuel Magister greed, and the tales of their excess so horrifying that one can only be grateful that blood magic is prohibited today. But all that stands tall must eventually fall. Perhaps they foresaw their ruin, and perhaps their pride knew no bounds. Whatever the reason, the Magisters dared to open a magical portal into the Golden City at the heart of the Fade. They sought to usurp the Maker's throne, long left unattended in the Golden City after the Maker turned his back on his creations. They would storm heaven itself with their power and become as gods. This is what the Chantry, in its oft-exercised tendency to understate, refers to as the second sin. According to most versions of the tale, the Magisters did indeed reach the Golden City and walked into the home of the Maker, where no living being before them had dared, or even been able, to tread. But humanity is not meant to walk in heaven. The Magisters were wicked with pride and other sins, and their presence tainted the Golden City. What once was a perfect, holy citadel became a twisted home of darkness and nightmares. The Magisters were expelled back through their gateway and cursed for their treachery. As the Golden City had been tainted, so were the Magisters twisted and transformed into things of darkness, the very first of the Darkspawn. The Golden City, once a shining beacon at the heart of the Fade, became the Black City, a reminder of all that man's pride has cost. So saith Genitivi. You forgot your Fitbit, you burned 0 calories? Stop being a bum, Loki. Put your Fitbit on. Now reach them 30k steps, psycho. We got the We're All Dudes song stuck in your head now because of your comment. I'm actually drawing a total blank on that. The First Blight, Chapter 2. Walk to the landfill and stay there? I don't know. You sound too lazy to make it, Loki. Can you walk to the landfill? You bum? Non-Fitbit wearing loser. People today have little concept of the consequences of the second sin. Oh, believe me when I say that when asked, pious chantry-going folk will curse the use of foul magic, spitting and snapping their fingers. But none live today who actually remember the horror that was unleashed so very long ago. Whatever records might have existed regrettably did not survive the chaos and ignorance that was to follow. We have only the tales of survivors handed down through the murky ages and the dogma of the chantry to instruct us. And that is precious little indeed. I believe I am not understating when I say that the second sin unleashed the bane of all life upon Thetis. The Darkspawn are more virulent than the worst plague, a heartless force of nature that came into our world like an ill wind. We know from accounts of later blights, as these Darkspawn invasions came to be called, never has a more appropriate name existed, that the Darkspawn spread disease and famine wherever they tread. The earth itself is corrupted by their presence, the sky roiling with angry black clouds. I do not exaggerate, my friends, when I say that a mass gathering of Darkspawn is an omen of dread cataclysm. It is said that those cursed magisters who became the first Darkspawn scratched at the very earth to find solace in the darkness of the dwarven deep roads, and there in the shadows they multiplied. Whether be by intelligent design or by some last vestige of worship in their minds, they attempted to locate the old gods they had once served. They found what they sought. Dumat, first among the old gods, once known as the Dragon of Silence before the Maker imprisoned him, and all his brethren beneath the earth for the first sin, usurping the Maker's place in mankind's heart. The slumbering dragon awoke, freed from the Maker's prison by his twisted followers, and became corrupted himself. Dumat was transformed into the first archdemon, his great and terrible power given will by a rotting, unholy mind. With the Darkspawn horde following, Dumat rose and took wing in the skies once again, bringing ruin to the world the Maker had created. The old god had become the eye of a dark storm that would ravage the entire world. Legend of Luthien Dwarfson. At an early age, Luthien was smaller than most children of the Almari. At the age of 12, Luthien saved Thutha, the son of the tribal chief, from his own dog. The dog had gone rabid, and when it attacked Thutha, Luthien slew it with his bare hands. Thutha's father, Mabin, was impressed with Luthien's strength and bravery, so took him in as his own son. When Luthien grew to manhood, he became known for his charisma and bravery. While shorter than his fellow warriors, damn it, don't distract me now. Luthien was stronger than Dothier, stronger and Dothier, weird word, than any warrior in the tribe. When Luthien was still a young man, Mabin sent him to the dwarven city of Orzammar to negotiate an alliance. Mabin's tribe had come into conflict with other Almari, and he needed as much help as he could get. Luthien was unable to convince the dwarven king to aid his tribe, but fell in love with the king's daughter, Skaya. Something like that. Luthien and Skaka fled the dwarven realm and returned to his tribe. Skaka taught Luthien the art of fighting without pain, the berserker state known as the battle wrath, and with it, Luthien became a renowned warrior. Luthien led his tribe to many victories, until eventually he replaced his foster father as chief of his tribe. This peace would not last. During a feast between the tribal leaders of the Almari and the Avar, the beautiful and powerful Avar chieftain Morriganan became enamored with Luthien and seduced him. Skaka learned of the tryst and fled this village to return to Orzammar. When Luthien rebuffed Morriganan's offer of marriage, she left in great anger, and from that moment on, there was war between the two tribes. For 15 battles, the Almari and Avar fought. During the Battle of Red Falls, a powerful young warrior from Morriganan's tribe, that name throws me for a loop every time, challenged Luthien to a battle. Luthien was injured grievously, but slew the boy. Morriganan revealed that the boy was Luthien's son, conceived 15 years ago during their tryst. She cursed Luthien as the murderer of his own kin, and the Battle of Red Falls turned against Luthien. Morriganan defeated Luthien in battle after battle, till the Almari were driven to the foothills of the Frostback Mountains. There, Luthien made a last stand. In the night before Luthien's final battle, came to him and offered him a dwarven suit of chain in exchange for a night together. Luthien agreed and wore the armor the following morning in battle. The battle was fierce and bloody, and Luthien met Morgannon in personal combat. In the end, Luthien slew the warrior woman, but not before receiving a mortal wound to his heart, the chain inexplicably unable to block her final blow. Luthien died, and after the battle was done, a party of dwarven warriors came down from the mountain and took the body of Luthien back to Orzammar. From the Legend of Luthien Dwarfson, author unrecorded, circa 350 ancient. Let me see here. Let me catch up. Luthius? Whatever. I disagree. I think it's Luthien. Can't convince me otherwise. One of the chastened berserkers at Ostergard tells you. Pff, that don't mean nothing. You think he knows what he's saying? A chastened berserker would know how to speak? Not much of a chastened berserker, if you ask me. Stories are very strange. Mythal and Elgarnon are married by the texts, but then when you confront them both, neither of them mention it. Yeah, all the elven stories that we get, all the elven stories that we have are prefaced in this game as being like bullshit. They say that there's like partial truths and then they twist it in order to try and like push a message to the clan. So we honestly, like, you know, they could say that for anything. They could say that for any of the elvish lore, is that, oh yeah, but that's the part that we didn't actually mean literally, right? It's a great way to make your writing just be applicable, but kind of bullshitty at the same time. Call my vocab out? My vocab's flawless. What are you talking about? Tevinter? I've definitely been saying Tevinter correctly. Sky? No, it's definitely not Sky. That's boring. It's say it right or don't say it at all. Finland people? You mean the Finnish? Manly County. Yeah, here we go. This guy. Here we are once again. Keep yours on your ankle, though? You gotta, wait a minute. Are you sure you're not just under house arrest, Loki? You call it a Fitbit. If you've done terrible things, you're still welcome here. I feel like as a streamer, I'm privy to know, you know? I need to know what kind of crazy I'm dealing with. That's all. The Sermons of Divine Renata the First. The weakness of mortal will is the great failing of all the Maker's children. We trade our honor as if it were the cheapest of currency. We do not understand what integrity is or what it is truly worth. From this ignorance, original sin was born. At some time, each of us has thought, what does it matter if I keep hold of my integrity? I am but one mortal. I am powerless. How blind we all are. The virtue of a single slave destroyed the Tevinter Imperium. The dishonor of one man drove the Maker from our sight. I tell you truly, nothing but the integrity of our hearts will win the love of the Maker back to us. It is all the power we shall ever possess to change this world, for good or for ill. From a sermon on integrity. Take it to heart. You're pleading the fifth? Are you being detained or are you free to go? Oh, you're absolutely detained. This stream's part of your penance, sir. You have to show up and be here the moment we go live. You're just adding to your sentence at this point. Every time that you're not right on the dot, that's a battery percent that I'm siphoning away from your Fitbit, unbeknownst to you. Truly the worst punishment possible for this criminal activity. Journal of a Tranquil. Some laugh at me. I no longer mind. Once upon a time, I studied as they did. I learned under the tutelage of an enchanter and attempted to master the art of bending magic to my will. And while I did well enough, I know that I struggled. I saw the way the enchanter looked at me, the sidelong glances of worry and disappointment. While other apprentices were conjuring fire, I could barely light a candle. I was frightened of magic. When I was a boy, my grandmother regaled me with tales of the terrible Flemeth, the Witch of the Wilds. She told me of the Magisters and how their evil magic infected the world with the Darkspawn. She told me of demons and how they were drawn to the dreams of those who possessed magic, like moths to a flame. She told me all these things because, she said, the talent ran in our family's blood. And so it ran in mine. All my young life I had dreaded the thought, prayed to the Maker that I was not so cursed. But I knew otherwise. Deep in my heart, I knew. When the Templars came to our home, I knew. The Mage's Tower was terrifying, full of secrets and danger. The Templars glared at me as if I could spring fall into an abomination before their very eyes. My enchanter patiently attempted to teach me to marshal my willpower. But my only defense should a demon attempt to enslave me. But it was no use. I'm failing the bit. Stick to the bit, damn it. How many nights did I cry myself to sleep in that dark and lonely place? Then my heroine came at last, my final test. Face a demon, they said, or submit to the rite of tranquility. They would sever my connection to the Fade, and thus I would never dream and no demon could ever touch me. But I would also be unable to do magic, and I would never feel an emotion ever again. Facing the demon was certain death, so my choice was easy. It was not so painful. Now I serve in other ways. We Tranquil manage the archives, we run the tower, purchase the supplies, and maintain the accounts. Our condition also allows us to use the magical element lyrium without ill effect, and thus we are the ones who enchant the magical items. We are the merchants who sell these items to those the circle permits, and the coin from those sales provides the circle's wealth. Thus, we Tranquil are vital. The young and old may stare at me, ill at ease, but they would be worse off without me. They may think me a failure, but there is no horror for me now. I feel no fear of what I am. The shadows are merely shadows, and I am content. Eden the Meek, Tranquil of the Circle of Magi, Starcave, the Free Marches. Talk about, not only do you get lobotomized, they stapled the Meek at the end of this man's name. That's fucked up. They did Eden so dirty. That's just insult to injury right there. Horrible. Got a run, has been very comfy. Appreciate you popping in, sir. Have a good one. The Journal of Enchanter Wilhelm. 13. Plutonus. The interrogation of the demon is going well and is rather fascinating, provided that what it is saying is true. I have sent all my research so far to First Enchanter Arden, and while he is concerned about my safety, he does not think there is a reason to stop just yet. All I hope is that the Templars do not discover what I am doing.
Time for a little drinking.
How will we...
Cheers, genitals.
I'm unfortunately out of water. So now Streamer is just doomed to degrade. He does not think that there is a reason to stop just yet. All I hope is that the Templars do not discover what I am doing. How will we ever find another way to deal with demonic possession if the Chantry does not let us research it? 20. Alluviesta. Young Matthias nearly wandered down here again today, and this time I forgot to leave the barrier up. I believe... Could you imagine? Could you imagine trying to study demonic possession and you just forget to bring, like, put a barrier up while doing so? Come on now, Wilhelm. And this time, I almost forgot to leave the barrier up. Or I forgot to leave the barrier up. I believe I will key the defenses to ignore anyone of my blood. I would rather have the boy stumble into the laboratory than have him killed by my forgetfulness. Poor lad. All he wants is to know why his father spends so much time beneath the tower. I will spend more time with him soon, I swear it. 28th, Eluviesta. Shell is acting strangely. I wonder if I should discontinue my experiments upon it. I am so near breakthrough, I am certain. Perhaps it is best if I focus on the demon. 2. Matrinolalis. The demon almost managed to get away again. Tricky. I shall have to be more careful. Young Amon sent a letter asking me to return to Redcliffe. I shall have to consider it. Soon. 11. Maternalis. Could it be? What an intriguing discovery, especially considering that the demon was attempting to keep me from it at all costs. Or did it lead me to that information by seeming to deny it from me? I must discover the truth. 19. Umbralia. I think it is time to dismiss this demon. It is too dangerous for me to continue holding it, and I cannot discount the possibility that it is having some influence over the golem. Or is it my experiments? I'll try to deactivate Shell for the time being, and then deal with the demon. Once and for all. Let it end here. There are no further entries from the Journal of Enchanter Wilhelm. Soulsbacher. I don't know all for him. Cautionary tales for the adventurous. It was then that he realized he wasn't alone. The abandoned camp in front of him was unbelievably welcoming, like a mirage. The fire felt like a warm hand grabbing his heart. It reminded him of a previous life, so long ago, when he was happy. Running on the sunflower fields with his boy, the sun on his face, laying next to the fireplace with his beautiful wife in his arms. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. His thoughts shifted to that fateful day when everything changed. Blood was everywhere. He held the body of his dead wife in his arms. Around him, the ashes of his burned house fell like snow. The stench was terrible. It smelled like darkspawn. He grabbed his axe, touched the icy cold hands of his boy, and left. He would kill them. He would kill them all. The pain in his heart was unbearable. He opened his eyes and saw the second most terrifying thing he would see in his life. A shadowy wraith leaning over him, leeching his life away. Around him, the camp was gone, replaced by something familiar, almost peaceful. Bones, death, and despair. He wondered if all his life had been an illusion, if he had ever had a family. For a brief moment, he felt relief. You can't lose something you've never had. But being this close to death brought clarity. He knew it was real.
Get good!
Reading articles out loud? Oh. I'm just gonna take a bean. I'm just gonna take a bean. You're not robbing me of this, damn it. I had to build up the courage to do this stream. You are not going to destroy me immediately. Pick a color, you monster. Bye, Luna. I better get water for sure. Anyway, see you disappear. Hi, kitty cat. Pick a color, Luke. Hawk, pick a color. Someone pick a color to torture me with. Actually, it could be a good time to get water. I think she's asking for food. Make it gross? Well, that leaves out blue. Basically anything that's not blue, I think. What, you want to sniff the beans? Trust me, you don't want to sniff the beans. Go get water? Alright, I'll go get water and feed the cat real quick. And then when I come back, I expect a bean color to be waiting. That took longer than it should have because she has woken up from a nap and she is just determined to get in the way of everything I'm doing right now. Hi, come here. Trilling. Here, come here. Alright, trill away, cat. Trill away. Say hi to the people. Alright. Let me see here. Light green with dark green dots. ASM purr, pretty much. Hi, Luna. It's the funniest shit, dude. Having a cat just lock eyes with you and then trill as she's purring. Oh god, I'd die for that little shit. Alright. Light green with dark green dots. Juicy pear or booger. Wow. You went out of your way to make sure it's the worst one possible. You are a monster hawk. Alright. I hope Curse see me without headphones? Why? What's wrong with my ears? What are you talking about? No, roasted. Always. If it's not the beard, then it's just my ears. Everybody cooking streamer for no reason. This weirdo has ears? Ew. Yeah, right? You don't like people with ears. Whatever you're into, Jade, I guess. You become a part of me. I don't know about all that. I hope not. I hope. I don't know if she does. I hope Hawk is without a sub right now, because I see an ad's in progress, so I want her to miss me getting hit with this bean. That would be sweet justice. There's nothing wrong with my appearance, they're just not elf ears? Thank God. I'd hate to be an elf. There's your bean. Down it goes. Alright, so it is Juicy Pear. And I can confirm, Juicy Pear does kind of suck. It's not good. It's like, you can tell they're going for the taste of Juicy Pear, but it's so fake and intense that it is actually just unpleasant. It's like, I see you guys trying, but man, talk about being off the mark. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, at least it wasn't booger. Ugh. Alrighty. I actually get... Yeah, I got thrown off by Loki's nonsense. He knew it was real, everything else was the illusion. You could see a smile on his torn face. He had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. He lifted his weak arms, grasped the demon's face, and kissed it. Smooch that demon! Look, I'll smooch a desire demon. This ain't that, but put a desire demon in front of me. I'd fold. It felt like kissing a cloud made of sand and dust. Suddenly, all sorrow left him, and with it, the last bit of life he had. Before his limp body hit the ground, it was all over. He was finally free. From Cautionary Tales for the Adventurous by Brother Ramos of Guilherme. 794 Storm. Booger is probably better. I don't know about all that, but... we've definitely read this one before. But again, didn't keep track. Is there a white and yellow one? There is white with yellow dots, yes. What's that? What's that one supposed to be? Is that the one that's like either birthday cake or something heinous? rotten fish or some shit. No time. It's popcorn or rotten egg. So one that I would not enjoy either way. That's another cursed one. I don't like popcorn, but it is good. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that, Hawk. I'll take your word for it. Popcorn is goated? Y'all are delusional. Popcorn is gross. The only way popcorn's good is like you drown it in butter and then salt the shit out of it or glaze it in caramel. And at that point, you're not even liking the popcorn. You're liking everything but it. I love how every time we bring this up and I say this, Hawk always says this. You just need some good kettle corn, you do. Good old kettle corn's the answer. When you die, shove you full of popcorn before you get cremated. Hilarious. Also weirdly disturbing. What are we buttering? I mean, donate enough and it could be streamer. You know what I'm saying? Eh? Eh? Make me look like a roasted turkey. Alright. Now. Back to reading, now that we've been properly derailed. This letter appears to have been crumpled, then carefully smoothed out and folded again. Kaelin, the visit to Ferelden will be postponed indefinitely due to the Darkspawn problem. You understand, of course. The Darkspawn have odd timing, don't they? Let us deal with them first. Once that is done, we can further discuss a permanent alliance between Orlais and Ferelden. A note written in an uncharacteristically familiar tone. From Empress Selene I to King Kaelin. Grease this man up? What did you get out of here? I was joking. You couldn't pay me enough. I'm pretty sure that's... You can't... There's no way. There's no way you could do that on Twitch, right? Without getting banned? You couldn't... I guess I could put on, like... No, there can't be a way. There can't be. Maybe if I, like... I'm not even gonna entertain that. That's ridiculous. Y'all are foul. Berwick's letter. Berwick, we need your eyes and ears in Redcliffe. Stay in the village. Keep your head down and watch the castle. Report any changes and you'll be well paid. A letter in Berwick's possession. A letter from King Endrin. My Lord Harrowmount, my guilt weighs heavily on me, and I know now that I was a fool. Only a fool would cut out his own heart and burn it for the sake of appearances. I allowed the assembly to send my child to exile and death because I feared an inquiry into Trian's murder would taint our house with scandal. You have been my rock and my shield these long months, and for that I thank you. But I must ask for one thing more. I wish to discover if my child survived. Even the smallest trace will set my mind at ease. Send your men, your scouts, anyone who will go. Balin thinks I am mad. He says that if word spreads of my wish, our house will be undone. He doesn't know that Adukin is already lost. I destroyed us when I sacrificed what was most precious. Please, Pyrrhal, help me. I come to you not as a king, but as a father. Note from the dead king. Girls are almost naked and people write stuff on themselves. The shit? Is that actually... Well... I only stream here. I don't use Twitch. Maybe it is a thing. Avoid sexually suggestive. Is a half-naked man lathering himself in butter not the most sexual suggestive thing you can imagine? I can't think of anything dripping masculinity more than that. I'd have to get someone to wrestle with me, get you all hot and bothered. That'd be too steamy for Twitch. Just don't butter the buns. Yeah, I'm saying only like, oh god, I would hate, I hate the idea of that. Like butter in my chest hair? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, thank you. Go to a Twitch ASMR and they go far, far? They lick rubber ears. Oh my god. That would freak me out. I would... there's gotta be something with someone's brain wired in a way that they enjoy that kind of shit. I am super hairy, so that's exactly why I would hate having butter on my body. Because there's not a whole lot of places that I could put butter that doesn't have hair on it, so... Pretty unpleasant. Very gross, yeah. Thank you, streamer. You're hideous. Did not want that mental image. You and your non-elf ears. Oh, the sound of slobber on the mic. Alright. Sure, convenient excuse there. Quick getaway, Hawk. Well done. A note from Honlith Village Council. Mistress Matilda. The council has unanimously agreed to put you in charge of the decorations for Honlith's upcoming harvest festival. We all adored what you did with the village for the winter solstice. As usual, the statue must be adorned with items that capture the essence of the season. Iris kindly offered the use of her wide-brimmed straw hat with the berries and daisies and would love to see it on the statue. Farmer Goodman will also donate some of his baby pumpkins. We think a garland of small pumpkins and ribbons draped about the statue's shoulders would be lovely. Whatever you decide would be splendid, I'm sure, and we are all looking forward to it. Councilman Murray. You're terrible, Murray. A note from Sir Henrik. Cat update. Left the door a bit open, grabbed her, and just laid down. Patted her, and she began her little purring, sucking on the blanket. Yeah. I'm glad it worked out, Lava. I will have to tell you, you're enforcing things, like you're enforcing that behavior you want to try and correct, though. Right? It will work so long as you're able to continuously provide that comfort and service to the cat. You know, but she's so cute. Yeah, she sounds real stinking cute. But if you wanna avoid the other problematic behavior, gotta kind of start showing her that it's safe outside the room. Yeah. That there's other okay spots, or make an okay spot for her. You know, get some kind of little nook outside of your bedroom that, you know, works for her only, and then she'll know she's good. Eventually. A note from Sir Henrik. So many of my fellow knights have been searching for the urn. Surely one of them must have found Brother Genetivi by now. Still, until I hear that all is well, I must proceed as planned. Brother Genetivi holds the key to finding the urn of sacred ashes. We always knew this, but I believe I now know where Brother Genetivi lies. I have been to his home in Denerim, and I found the trail, and I am amazed that other knights have not done likewise. Unless they have? No, it is best not to get caught up in thoughts of conspiracy. Sir Donal awaits my report in Lothlorien. I must go to him immediately and report what I have learned. Should anyone find these ramblings, all I ask is that he be informed of my fate. I pray that he complete what I cannot. A note from Sir Henrik of Redcliffe. And now shopping list. Sugar, wheat. Sugar, wheat flour, fillet knife, ginger for grandpa's flatulence, ink, cod liver oil, dried mushrooms, rouge, Orlesian. Also remember to ask if more beeswax will be available soon. Alright. Circles within circles. Arguments between the various fraternities have become more frequent and heated. I have alerted the College of Magi in Cumberland that this needs to be addressed in coming debates, but I fear relations with the Chantry may distract them. I am confident that I can appease the Aquitarians and Loyalists, but the Libertarians are proving divisive. Are the Isolationists even interested in speaking? The threat of blight has actually served some good in unifying us under a common cause, but it does not bode well that any given table in the Great Hall is likely to be ideologically weighted against its neighbor. We can be such a moody bunch staring over our tea. Excerpt from First Enchanter Irving's notes on Unity. Oh, I totally did not read that in his voice. My bad. The notes of all foreshadow. Books to pursue for future endeavors. Lost continents. Ferelden to our Legion phrase book. Must not offend the potential landlords. Raising spirits. Offspring and the Fade. Terrible twos indeed. Yuck, 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 yuck. Forest Fall. Truth and legend in the search for Arlathan. Survivors? Poppycock. The origin of Thesis. Knowing more than everyone without looking like a jackass. Never get the time to read this. Maybe there's a stage play. Promises of Pride. Uldred will show us the way. Finally, recognition within the circle and freedom from the scornful eye of the Templars. We will not be shunned. Be ready. So saith Enchanter Gravid, Libertarian. I have spoken to him directly. His intentions are that we will demand the Templars withdraw. I don't know that I am willing to follow, but I will be present to hear his argument. Enchanter Faust, Aquitarian. Madness! I doubt blood will be of use to you if it is flowing down the tower steps. Step away from this folly before it consumes us all! Enchanter Louvain, Loyalist. The call is made. We will stride out of here with pride in our step, regardless of the outcome. This is for the good of the circle. Uldred will see to it. Libertarian Ronus. I know. Hold your applause. Incredible. Caelin's documents, page 1 of 3. To His Majesty, King Caelin of Ferelden. My warden commander assures me that we face a blight. This thing threatens us both, and we must work together to fight it, lest it devour all. Our two nations have not had a happy history, but that is all it is. History. It is the future that is at stake now. Let us put aside our father's disagreements so that we may secure the future for both our countries. My chevaliers stand ready and will accompany the Grey Wardens of Orlais to Ferelden. At your word, the might of Orlais will march to reinforce the Ferelden forces. Sincerely, Empress Celine the First. Damn. Damn. Look at her being a homie. And then they return to Ostagar credits. Alright. That there's another category done. We don't gotta do control. I'll do this. Most forms of grease, magical or otherwise, are highly flammable. When grease comes into contact with an open flame, it ignites, resulting in a sea of burning grease that is deadly to any creature passing through it. Once the grease is burned up, the fire subsides. Improved Drain. Desire Demon. The victim of a vulnerability hex must be wary not only of damage from the elements, but also spellcasters who wish to sap life or mana to restore their own bodies. The spells Drain Life and Mana Drain are twice as effective in those circumstances. Super good. Nightmare. Creatures that are asleep are particularly susceptible, and thus ill-equipped to resist the spine-chilling effect of a horror spell. The vivid nightmares that result inflict massive spirit damage, the shock killing many lesser creatures outright. Those unlucky enough to survive are certain to emerge from the ordeal in a state of fear. Yeah, I don't think we gotta read controls, necessarily. Well, it's kind of interesting that they lay so much out there. And then we got quest-related. I'm actually surprised I've read this much of the quest-related stuff. Well, shit. wait a minute. Are you telling me we might actually, well, it's kind of late. We might actually get to some gameplay today. Isn't that wild? Maybe? I don't know, man. Seems weird. A rolled up note. I hope whoever finds this can read it. I hate the thought oh yeah, we already read this one. Yeah. Alright. The Deadcast. Friends, we have argued long, but I would propose a different direction. It is not unprecedented that one of our number should end up... I read this one too. Yeah, we died on the bridge. I think this is maybe it's updated because we kept, like, adding to it. I feel like we read this one. We be getting there. Blackstone Letter of Conscription. Dear friend, you are receiving this letter because you or someone else placed your name on an article of conscription, thereby pledging your life to the Blackstone Irregulars. With war looming on all fronts, the Irregulars must build their numbers. We are forced to call upon those who have sworn their assistance to make good on those oaths. Say farewell to your friends and family. While you may return to them, you're definitely not, you must prepare them for the possibility that this will be your last day together. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Yeah. Blackstone Letter of Condolence. My dear lady, it is with great regret that I must inform you of the death of your husband. He died as he lived, indebted to me. With the greatest honor, completing a task of vital importance to the Guild. Rest assured that we will take vengeance on those responsible for his death. Please accept my condolences for your loss. Like a cut of your jib, Hawkwin. Hawkwin? A pinch of ashes. Torn from a book on local myths and legends. The Kokari wilds are rife with legends and myths that have amazed and confounded scholars since the fall of Ostakar in ancient times. One such mystery lies behind the tale of Astia and Nebunar, two young lovers who lived in Ostakar. The legend says that Astia grew up in the company of Gazarath, a spirit of the earth bound to an overhang on the bank of a lake in the Kokari wilds. Gazrath began to fancy her, and they spent much of their days together, talking and laughing. Over the years, however, Astia became a woman and began to seek the company of men. Oh, what? What? Women seeking the company of men? Unheard of. When Astia met Nebunar, the two fell in love, and Astia hoped to bring her lover to see her spirit friend. But the spirit, angered and jealous, bade her begone. Gazarath told her that she would never see it again until she brought her lover's ashes and sprinkled them over their spot. Astia was horrified, and she fled from the enraged spirit. Well, she began to miss Gazarath, and on the day Nebunar asked her to marry him, she cut her beloved's throat, burned him, and brought his ashes to Gazarath, knowing that their marriage would forever sever her ties to her dear spirit friend. Alright, now here's a cautionary tale, y'all. Oof. There are legends among the Chasen that Gazarath still haunts that lake, and that those who sprinkle the ashes of the deceased over the right spot can summon the spirit. In memory of the contract with its beloved Astia, Gazarath will grant a single wish and then vanish, never to be heard from again. A note is scribbled in the margin beneath the page. Marcus, I think this is real. If you take the ashes I gave you and scatter them over a pile of rocks on the overhang overlooking that half-sunken Tevinter dome, maybe Gazarath will appear and give you a wish. If the battle takes you there, I think it's worth a try. What if I took the ashes of Andraste to go do that? Rigby's last will and testament. Whoever finds this note. This is the last will and testament of Rigby the missionary. Proud speaker of the Maker's word. I have come to the wilds to speak the chant, but I fear I will die here at the hands of the Darkspawn. I leave all that I came with to my wife, Yenna. Should the reader of this note feel charitable, I have buried a sealed lockbox in our camp, nestled in a Tevinter ruin in the western reaches of the wilds. It is my will that this lockbox find my wife in Redcliffe, and that it is still sealed shut when it reaches her. To my wife and my son, I apologize that my work has taken me from you, but I know that I die in service to the Maker. Rigby. And then the very last codex to read. At least so far. Signs of the Chasen. This is, oddly enough, one of the very early on ones, so it's ending kind of where it began almost. The Chasen barbarians are nothing if not clever. They have hidden markers and signs in the arrangements of stones and rubble along the paths of the wilds. In this way, they mark trails, note places of interest, and even give warnings in a way that outsiders cannot understand. Interestingly, these markers look indistinguishable from a regular pile of stones. I have dedicated my time to deciphering these signs, and I believe I am close to a breakthrough. The trail markers seem to point to a hoard or a location used for secret storage among the chastened. I have only found a portion of the message, however. I think that if I could complete the message, find all of the trail markers, I can find this cache and see what treasure the chastened have to hide. I have found one such marker near this camp, under a fallen tree leaning against the ruins. Each marker seems to point to one or two others. I hear rumors that a darkspawn horde is coming. I hope I can find this treasure before it's too late. How'd that go for you? My God, we actually made it. It just took the vast majority of the stream. 4 hours? 4 hours or so? Let's see if we can't get these ashes. I am defeated by a step. There we go. Hello, Guardian. What is your quest?
I bid you welcome, Pilgrim.
4 hours of high-quality story time? Kind of you. I'm here for the urn. I've killed Colgrim and I will kill you too. Unhinged. You must be the Guardian.
Yes, I am the Guardian of the Ashes. I have waited years for this.
For someone to take the ashes?
No one can take the ashes. They belong here. It has been my duty, my life, to protect the urn and prepare the way for the faithful who come to revere Andraste. For years beyond counting have I been here, and shall I remain until my task is done and the Imperium has crumbled into the sea.
Will your task ever be done?
I do not know, and I do not question.
Fair enough. The dragon wasn't really Andraste, right? I love how we ask this after the matter.
No. Our Andraste has gone to the Maker's side. She will not return.
It's always good to make sure.
The dragon is a fearsome creature, and they must have seen her as an alternative to the absent Maker and his silent Andraste. A true believer would not require audacious displays of power.
How did the belief spread to the rest of the disciples? What do you know about these? Yeah, you know what? Educate me.
You already know that the urn contains the remains of the prophet Andraste. What else is there to tell?
Alright. Never mind. Fuck me, I guess. Yeah. How do I get the urn?
You have come to honor Andraste, and you shall.
Answer my riddles 3.
You prove yourself worthy.
I need the ashes to cure a nobleman.
Still, you must prove yourself worthy.
Fair enough.
It is not my place to decide your worthiness. The gauntlet does that. If you are found worthy, you will see the urn and be allowed to take a small pinch of the ashes for yourself. If not...
What is this gauntlet?
The gauntlet tells the true pilgrims from the false. You will undergo 4 tests of faith, and we shall see how your soul fares.
Can you tell me anything about it? Take me to the urn or I'll cut you down. I'm afraid! Mr. Guardian, I'm afraid, though. Alright, hold on 1 second. I got a message here I need to take care of. Okay. Shit. Alright, 1 second, guys. Got a momentary pause. Be back in a second. Sorry about that. Missing messages and having to go and address stuff, but alright. So, Guardian, give me the urn, yeah? Can a man not just have a dead lady's urn?
You will understand what it is when you face it.
Alright, fine, let me in.
Before you go, there is something I must ask. I see that the path that led
It's a sick-ass hammer he has.
There is suffering in your past. Your suffering, and the suffering of others. Jarwin was discovered by the Templars. You were helping him. Tell me, Do you think you failed, Jowan?
No, Jowan was a piece of shit. Harmed himself by dabbling in blood magic? Nah. Something more I could have done? I did more than enough for him. He's the one that kind of like got that situation escalated in a bad way. I don't know. Yeah, I tried my best. It wasn't my fault.
Then you do not dwell on past mistakes. Neither yours nor someone else's.
One wonders what this Guardian's purpose is. Be wary of his traps.
What's past is past. Why bring it up and open old wounds?
Parshera, leave the past where it falls.
Is there any religion that does not thrive upon guilt, like a glutton at his lunch? No, I thought not.
You could not have known what would happen. You did what you thought was
Dude, I love this team coming together to just roast the Guardian. It's like, screw this guy.
Why do you say the Maker speaks to you when all know that the Maker has left? He spoke only to Andraste. Do you believe yourself her equal?
I never said that.
In Orlais, you were someone. In Lothering, you feared you would lose yourself, become a drab sister, and disappear. When your brothers and sisters of the cloister criticized you for what you professed, you were hurt, but you also reveled in it. It made you special. You enjoyed the attention, even if it was negative.
You're saying that I made it up for the attention?
You want, Spirit.
You came to this land as an observer, but you killed a family in a blind rage. Have you failed your people by allowing a Qunari to be seen in that
Qunari?
I have never denied that I failed.
And you, Morrigan, Flemeth's daughter, what?
Begone, spirit. I will not play your games.
I will respect your wishes. The way is open. Good luck, and may you find what you seek.
I do love the, like, Sten, what a perfect exchange. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, I did fail. I've owned that every step of the way. Morgan's very funny. Cut him off. Don't care. Don't want to deal with you. Liliana's has a very intriguing exchange, though, because it puts her, damn, 30 of these? It's pretty nice. It puts her in an interesting light. I don't think it was a comment specifically about, at least the way that it came across. I didn't think it was a comment about her making up or talking about hearing the Maker's voice. And more about coming to the Chantry and then professing everything that she did in the past life, and like just everyone hearing her story, her past, and being disgusted by it. And that she secretly like kind of liked that.
On it.
Puts her in a pretty funky kind of light, but a fun one. The Maker's first children. The Maker's first creations were the spirits, glorious beings that populated the many spires of the Golden City. And the Chant of Light says that they revered the Maker with unquestioning devotion. The Maker, however, was dissatisfied. Although the spirits were like him, in that they could manipulate the ether and create from it, they did not do so. They had no urge to create, and even when instructed to do so, possessed no imagination to give their creations ingenuity or life. The Maker realized his own folly. He had created the spirits to resemble him in all but the one and most important way. They did not have a spark of the divine within them. He expelled all the spirits out of the Golden City and into the Fade and proceeded to his next creation, life. The Maker created the world and the living beings upon it, separated from the Fade by the veil. His new children would be unable to shape the world around them, and thus would need to struggle to survive. In return for their struggle, the Maker gave them the spark of the divine, a soul, and he watched with pleasure as his creations flourished and showed all the ingenuity that he had hoped for. The spirits grew jealous of the living and coaxed them into the Fade when they slept. The spirits wished to know more of life, hoping to find a way to regain the Maker's favor. Through the eyes of the living, they experienced new concepts: love, fear, pain, and hope. The spirits reshaped the Fade to resemble the lives and concepts that they saw, each spirit desperately trying to bring the most dreamers to their own realm so they could vicariously possess a spark of the divine through them. As the spirits grew in power, however, some of them became contemptuous of the living. These were the spirits that saw the darkest parts of the dreamers. Their lands were places of torment and horror, and they knew that the living were strongly drawn to places that mirrored those dark parts of themselves. These spirits questioned the Maker's wisdom and proclaimed the living inferior. They learned from the darkness they saw and became the first demons. Rage, hunger, sloth, desire, pride. These are the dark parts of the soul that give demons their power, the hooks they use to claw their way into the world of the living. It was demons that whispered into the minds of men, convincing them to turn from the Maker and worship false gods. They seek to possess all life as their due, forging kingdoms of nightmare in the Fade in the hopes of one day storming the walls of heaven itself. And the Maker despaired once again, for he had given the power of creation to his new children, and in return they had created sin. If this is the groundwork, man, for elves, talk about truly just the absolute worst. Elves suck so much ass in this setting now, in light of everything. Woo. Just terrible. Soulless, shoulda chopped his head off. Flemeth, same. Fuck them all. They're just the worst. They truly are the absolute worst now. What we got here? Brona!
Echoes from a shadow realm, whispers of things yet to come. Thought's strange sister dwells in night, is swept away by dawning light. Of what do I speak?
Indigestion? Run it by me again.
Echoes from a shadow realm, whispers of things yet to come. Thought's strange sister dwells in night, is swept away by dawning light. Of what do I speak?
I guess it kind of be sounding like dreams. You can still see the moon during the sun. It's gotta be dreams, right?
A dream came upon me as my daughter slumbered beneath my heart. It told of her life, and of her betrayal and death. I am sorrow and regret. I am a mother weeping bitter tears for a daughter she could not save.
Ripperoonie. Elesse?
The smallest lark could carry it, while a strong man might not. Of what do I speak?
This is exactly where my brain went. A coconut! Obviously, the answer is a coconut. The plague. I'ma say tune.
Yes, I was Andraste's dearest friend in childhood, and always we would sing. She celebrated the beauty of life, and all who heard her would be filled with joy. They say the Maker himself was moved by Andraste's song, and then she sang no more of simple things.
The Maker is so fallible in this setting. That's another thing that's kind of interesting about Dragon Age as a world. The Maker fucks up a lot.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The debt of blood must be paid in full. Of what do I speak?
Love? Chat, is that love? I'll say that sounds a whole lot like vengeance.
Yes, my husband Hysarion would have chosen a quick death for Andraste. I made him swear that she would die publicly with her war leaders, that all would know the Imperium's strength. I am justice. I am vengeance. Blood can only be repaid in blood.
Thane Short? Of course it's an elf.
I'd neither a guest nor a trespasser be. In this place I belong, that belongs also to me. Of what do I speak?
Run that by me again?
I'd neither a guest nor a trespasser be. In this place I belong, that belongs also to me. Of what do I speak?
I guess home.
It was my dream for the people to have a home of their own, where we would have no masters but ourselves. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and thus we followed Andraste against the Imperium. But she was betrayed, and so were we.
It sucks to suck, Chief.
The
Havard!
bones of the world stretched towards the sky's embrace.
You were a homie, sir.
White, like a bride greeting her groom. Of what do I speak?
Is that not clouds? Sounds like clouds.
The bones of the world stretched towards the sky's embrace, veiled in white, like a bride greeting her groom. Of what do I speak?
Or mountain? That's got to be mountains, actually. He's referring to, it says veiled in white, so it's touching the clouds. It's got to be mountains.
Yes. I carried Andraste's ashes out of Tevinter into the mountains to the east, where she could gaze ever into her Maker's sky. No more fitting a tomb than this could we find.
Mafarath.
A poison of the soul, passion's cruel counterpart. From love she grows, till love lies slain. Of what do I speak?
This is pretty awful that I'm able to answer this one first try. Does it say something about me? I hope not.
Yes, jealousy drove me to betrayal. I was the greatest general of the Alamori, but beside her I was nothing. Hundreds fell before her on bended knee. They loved her, as did the Maker. I loved her too. But what man can compare with a god?
No, of course not. No, not at all. Ugh.
No man has seen it, but all men know it. Lighter than air, sharper than any sword. Comes from nothing, but will fell the strongest armies. Of what do I speak?
Woman. It's gotta be the Cootie Bears. Sounds like hunger to me.
Yes, hunger was the
Yes, women.
of the Tevinter
Women.
The Maker kindled the sun's
Jesus
flames,
Christ,
scorching
man.
the land.
Spirit be gone.
Failed, and their armies could not march. Then he opened the heavens and bade the waters flow, and washed away their filth. I am Cather, disciple of Andraste and commander of her armies. I saw these things done and knew the Makers smiled on us.
That's some zealous elation there. And finally, the Archon.
She wields the broken sword and separates true kings from tyrants. Of what do I speak?
That would indeed be mercy.
Yes, I could not bear the sight of Andraste's suffering, and mercy bade me end her life. I am the penitent sinner, who shows compassion as he hopes compassion will be shown to him.
Easy.
Had fun with the riddle game?
Be gone, spirit. Yeah. What now? More tricky spirits?
I didn't think I'd fool you, but am I really a spirit, or is all this in your mind? Are you in the Fade, perhaps? Honestly, I don't know. I am part of the Gauntlet, I am Jowan, I am you. All these statements are true.
Jowan, you suck. Now that you're here, even though you're not here, let me tell you to your face. And you're not face. You suck. Are you trying to make me feel guilt over what happened? I don't think we have to direct it, right? How about you tell me what your purpose is?
To speak to you and to offer advice.
Don't care.
You have come so far since I saw you last. The last vestiges of your shackled life in the circle have all but fallen away. You are free of the past, and nothing will hold you back. Be strong, my friend. Do not falter. I have something for you. Use it well. It makes me happy, knowing you will be the mage that I never could.
Oh, he was actually just a homie. Crazy. What'd you give me? What'd you just give me, sir? Reflection, I imagine. It ain't no blood-gorged amulet. Sten got a level. Sten, my boy. Desperately need you. Well, he has to have the cunning, right? Yep. Lens area. He's got everything done there. This requires 18 dex, but I honestly don't really care about either of these. We'll just keep pushing the Templar path. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and hit some tactics for the man now that he's got them. The Templar purges the area of magic, removing all dispellable effects from those nearby. Friendly fire possible. So if an ally has a status effect, I kind of, well, Not all of these are magical though, right? So let's say if we are paralyzed, because I feel like this is the biggest one that happens. Most often, I'm pretty sure. Two-handed sweep, crit strike. He's got crit strike, he does. Sunder. Pretty sure he's got Sunder as well. Yeah, he does. Poultice are good. He's got his activated stances. I don't know what we would do for the last one. I guess it'd be another status here. The only other big one, Charmed can be a thing, but I think it's only from like a Desire Demon. So I guess Sleeping is maybe a mage attack against us. Let's give him some options, I guess. At least until we unlock more stuff from him. Hello, Sten. These folks do not have blood. Which means I'm just gonna have to rely on the old trusty fireball! Ow! Fucker. Oh, good job, Morgan. Hey, you know who I hate? I hate myself! Die, blood twosome, die! So, that's real quick. Fireball! I hate to have to do it, but Morgan. Get her, Sten. Wow, backline just ripping and tearing. That was easy. Alright, Blood Tusa. How was that? Party's going crazy now.
Excess of followers that she is willing to lure them to their deaths with ghosts and lies.
Fair. Morgan? Lady. Come on now. Has it gotta be the other side? Yeah, alright. How exactly? There was an overlap one, right? I think it's this, but it doesn't actually create a platform there. Weird. You know, if anyone's gonna have to be nimble, be Liliana. Alright, so Sten stays put. Sten stays put. Although that... that kind of becomes a problem here now, don't it? There was a middle one, though. Is it... But we did this before, and I could have swore it did not... Oh, but maybe it's only because of the size, so then if I move Morgan? Yeah. Groovy. Groovy, groovy, groovy. Alright, we put her here, there, and then... Sten. So I do this and then I move me. There we go. Not so bad. Not so bad. Easy peasy.
That was exciting. Can we do it again?
No. Only a one-time ride. Comes the brakes.
Powerful magic indeed.
This altar is little more than a dusty stone slab. You can make out an inscription carved into its face. Cast off the trappings of worldly life and cloak yourself in the goodness of spirit. King and slave, lord and beggar, be born anew in the Maker's sight. Time to get naked. Oh, ladies, please. My God. My God, Sten. Don't make me look so small in front of them.
You have been through the trials of the gauntlet.
We passed through the fire.
You have walked the path of Andraste, and like her, you have been cleansed. You have proven yourself worthy, pilgrim. Approach the sacred ashes.
That's the plan. Alright, the loot returns.
I never dreamed I would ever lay my eyes on the urn of sacred ashes. I have no words to express.
I stand in awe. Really?
Congratulations, you found a waste bin.
Thank you, Stan. Always the life of the party. Take a pinch. Oh, here we go. Some crazy stuff.
As you wish.
Leave it alone? I don't know, man. I don't know if I just leave it alone. An unfortunate adventurer. Huh. I'm gonna take that. Sten love me. Sten does love me. Holy shit. Alright, well, the easy answer here is to do this. Oh. Oh, he's got... Shit. Alright, that doesn't work. Where's that? Give me back my weapon. Never mind. That didn't work after all. Starfang. Oregon? There we go. Morgan, how about you have... Neither of those, preferably. There we go. Sure. Interrupting spellcasting seems so crazy. It really, really do. The Thorn of the Dead God, fantastic. Love it. Groovy. Cool. But... Well, this was the issue of doing that with her, is she gets bloodthirsty the moment anything shows up. And she switches to melee and tries to shank it even though she's not built for that. So, let's... Oh, damn it. That's fine. I don't think we'll really have to worry about combat for a minute. Let me get the belt. I like my spell power. Chest time. Liliana, please. At least the health. Can't pick that, that's fine. I don't care about that. Other chest? Damn it. Get rid of it. There we go. Did that... That was two... Does it count both, or is it just one? It was just one. Ogren will survive. We got fancier things than ale to give him. Alrighty. There we go. Are we free? Look at her laying there all pretty like. One and done, baby. One and done. Big old dragon. It's the haunches, man. Definitely. That's some there dragon haunch, if I've ever seen it. Was there? Yeah, it's over here. You found the Edge Runner brain dance in Cyberpunk. Yeah, they put a lot of the Edge Runner stuff in Cyberpunk after the success of it. Whole lot of callbacks and tie-ins. Brother Genitivi, it's a shame about your foot. I have like this magical ash stuff that could cure anything, but tough luck, dude. I gotta give it to somebody else. Somebody else that can help me reach my goals. Hey, what is there?
Welcome back.
Hello, brother.
For quite some time. Well, did you find it?
Show it to him.
Is that? Oh, there's some dust on. No, that's not dust. Omega, I'm not worthy to look upon. What?
Not
what was
worthy.
It like coming to the urn, I mean.
I wouldn't say it was necessarily grueling. It didn't touch me deeply, that's for sure. It's just a stone flask with a burnt woman inside. It's most definitely not that either. You can't see that shit. Like, go through an entire trial thing that doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason other than mystical powers, and just be like, it was nothing. I guess it was grueling. I had to solve riddles. My brain hurt my brain. Bloodjuicer does not like riddles.
It will not seem so much like blasphemy to the Chantry now. We must organize an expedition. There is so much history here. It must be studied, and pilgrims should be allowed to come to the urn.
Should they? We should keep this secret to ourselves. Many will try to exploit it. Yeah, that's... welcome to humanity, human nature. The urn must be shared with the world. If you... this is kind of the thing, though, right? If you got irrefutable proof that something like deity level exists, and you can see it, like it's physically there. That's a big deal. That's the big deal. Even though it may be doomed, it'd be like, yeah, look, you gotta tell the world. You gotta.
And eventually, it shall be exploited by the rich and the powerful, as these things
Yes, Morrigan.
I must return home.
But until then...
much to do. If you ever find yourself in Denerim, please visit me. I am not a rich man, but I have a small collection of interesting artifacts, and I do owe you a reward for coming to my rescue. I hope to see
thank you, Brother
soon.
Genitivi. You a homie. You a homie after all. Get me the hell out of this mountain. Let's go. Ew. Don't like the spikes there. I'm gonna go back to the village of Haven, because there was something, at least in the back of my head, I think there was something here that I wanted to get. Or check. I also have no room in my inventory, but whatever. Hello, sir. I've killed you and yours. Now you must die. Yep. Where's that little demon child? Abomination. Yeah, you better have ran.
Consign these remains to the cleansing flames. Though the body perishes, the spirit endures. Beloved Andraste, accept the spirits of our brothers and sisters. Purify them in your fire and make them whole again. Lift them up to stand beside you in our Maker's halls. A moment of silence now for our lost fellows.
They said they wanted fire.
It's him, the one who defiled the temple. Murderer! May Andraste strike you down.
We consign these remains to the cleansing flames. Though the body
Do you know the Cassandra, the sundew in the common tongue?
I do not believe so.
No, you are so alike, I thought you kindred.
What is that supposed to mean? What is the sundew?
A flower.
Oh? I am a flower, am I? How unexpected.
That entraps and devours insects.
Ah, now that I expected.
He's not entirely wrong. That's what I like about her. She do entrap well. You get what I'm saying, huh? Eh? I could have swore there was something here that I wanted to do. A whole lot of gravestones back there. What the hell? Is that always a thing? Can you actually not? Autopath me there, game. No? Oh, he's freaking out. He's freaking out. He's like, does not compute. Doesn't know how to get there. Is that like an Easter egg thing? What is there some way to... Nope. Ah, what is all this nonsense? The LHC did it? In memory of Andrew Farrell, captain of the Ostagar Tower, Tower Guard and champion of the Lothering Brewfest?
As you wish.
Here lies a man with few regrets and many ailments, tombed in the earth of this grave.
This should be easy enough.
He wanted a Mabari. I said keep it fed, and he didn't listen. Now he's here.
Let's get started.
In memory of Chris, who died in a crunch. Sensol Godharis. Yappa yappa yappa.
This should be easy enough. Right.
Verified. Best tax evader ever.
On it.
Waiting to respawn. 9, 8. Poor Elbrun. She couldn't make it even as...
On it.
A male blacksmith. Weird. Questing for the Black Rock Sword. Be back soon. Also weird. A ferret by any other name. Would he still stink? Yes. In memory of the laws, forever frozen in never-ending winter nights. In memory of our Thane, Kenneth. Bastard. Love it. I told you I was sick. Hilarious. In memory of Alluvian Darkstar, who fought...
As you wish.
The Darkspawn Horde relentlessly for 4 years. Hell yeah. T.O. Hanoi, unloved, unmourned. Sad. Jennifer Hepler, Queen of the Dwarves. Get it, Jen. In memory of John Doe, human commoner.
Right.
They have been many. Jim, I can do axes to the sword swallower. That's a pretty good one. Horses, capes, barbarians. Rip. In loving memory of multiplayer. Har har har. Don't worry, you're all doomed to have it come in the future time. I've got nothing.
Right.
To do needs writing pass. Building 7?
As you wish.
Great-great-great-grandfather Gigax?
Let's get started.
Sounds foreboding. Sounds foreboding of a certain particular enemy. Mary Tudge, always take the high road. Here lies Spam. Good riddance, and may you never haunt us again. Spam do be devious. Corey May, here I stay.
As you wish.
Cheryl was not buried here. She was cremated. Okay, why do you got a gravestone for her? Fell through the world at... That's pretty great. Coordinates where you could clip through back in the early days, I'm sure. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. Here lies Clyde. His life was full.
On it.
In memory of Marcus of the Grey Gardens. Not Wardens. We didn't even know who he was or where he was from. Okay.
Right.
Once they have you, hip deep in mad nugs. Our screams deafen their keen ears. We will be nug poop. Ross Gardner. Fearless, hairy, and thoroughly exhausted. Holy shit, it's me! I found my gravestone, y'all. Made it through green light approval. Took a bit longer than expected. Ray. Someone get this rock off me. In memory of Jessica, master crocheter, she died in...
Let's get started.
The upper Blatmosphere. In memory of Andy, pepperoni and cheese. I love it. I love it. Hell yeah, devs. You belong here. Forever and always. Y'all crushed it. That there is a very fun find. I don't recall that being a thing. Not sure I ever stumbled upon it. I had to have. I played the shit out of this game and I was super thorough. But that one just vacates my memory. Hello, villager. Hello, cultist. Money? Oh, that's right. I went to go up to the church. Because I wasn't sure if there would be something in that chamber they were holding Genitivy. Old BioWare humor, yeah. When the industry was less of like production line, churn everything out super fast. And it had a little more soul and flavor and time to cook. They were the best of times. You could have special little touches of personality here and there. And dang if it ain't beautiful. Yeah, there was a chest here. Liliana.
I'll do it.
That's it? Tier 4 boots? Keep your dumb tier 4 boots. Take the XP. Be on my way. Lame. Lame. Yeah, that's crazy place. Yeah, here. Alrighty. Map? World map? Nope. Gonna make me put it all the way back. Let's go hit the party. Let's go hit the party campsite. I need to buy the Ranger Tome and then give Liliana the Ranger spec. Although I'm not sure. I may have waited too long. I'm honestly not sure if she'll even be able to get too far in the spec at this point. Oh, she is about to level though. Yeah, maybe she will. It's only 4 things, right? So we still have Denerim. I don't know. We might end up like 1 short. 1 skill point short. Arctusa, look at him. Look at him, he's so beautiful. Bodan.
You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you along on the road.
You're damn right.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Alright, sir. I actually think those gloves were alright, but... Oh, you know... I don't know. We're at a point where, you know, it doesn't really truly matter. I don't think it do. Yeah, there it is. Manual for Ranger. Take that, please and thank you. Is there anything here that I really want? I guess there could be, yeah, like Grand Master Rune maybe for Sten's sword. I don't know if that's worth it. We are talking pretty sizable damage. If you had like 3 slots filled with that. That's not bad. Damn, that's an amulet. He doesn't have anything super crazy for me at this point, I don't think. I know he's got that crazy axe, but... Meh, crazy axe, but nobody's gonna do nonsense with that. Okay. Yeah, Ranger. Liliana. Hell yeah. Feels good. Algren? Got you a level? I mean, my man's gotta have... We gotta get some constitution on him. Still gonna wait on champion. Zev. Zev is dead, baby. I was gonna give you duelist. I'd have to take you over to... I'd have to take him over to Isabella to get it. I don't know if I care enough. Because I'm not gonna use them. Sorry, Jade. I'm not gonna use them. And even then, he has so much shit to still get. Like, his second spec is not going to come into effect. I have so many things to still put on him. Evasion's a big one that I want him to have. I mean, may as well get Master Stealth at that point, too. These abilities would be phenomenal to get, but there's just not enough points to go around for old Zev. And there's the one annoying thing about wine. What? It runs out? Makes you sound like a raging alcoholic. But there's only one glass of it. Yeah. Exactly. Tell me that I didn't get that right on the nose. Hold on now. Gotta have at least some cunning here. There you go. Death Blow? My boy never does it, but he has all sword and board maxed out, so... just in case. Got it on first try? Streamer be good like that on occasion. Every once in a while. Shale, you break my heart. I can't believe you have this much constitution and still achieve jack shit. Truly. Rock Barrage? What is this mode? Rock Mastery activates mode, allows ranged attack talents. Just give you kill and blow. It's whatever. It is whatever. Win? Blood Wound. We like Blood Wound. And then the best boy. The greatest warrior if I would ever use him. If I'd ever field this damn Abari, Barktusa would unleash hell. Yeah, he's all done. He is all done. I might take him against the Archdemon. Sick him. Sick him, Barktusa. Alright, y'all. I gotta do a little bit of cleaning of the inventory at the merchant here, but that is about as good a spot to wrap up for today as it can be. So we knocked out all the codex. I hope you enjoyed story time. And we even got the ashes. I feel like that's a pretty damn productive stream. We sat around for 4 hours reading. Fantastic world building. And we picked up some dead lady's ashes. I got the voice. I got the voice, and I got the power. You don't think it's a good spot at all? It's a horrible spot, really. We should continue for another 4 hours. Uh-huh. Yeah, look. There's still so much to this game. There's still so much. And your boy's gotta eat. I'm hungry, alright? Can streamer please get food? Please? I've tried to be better about not complaining about being hungry all the damn time, but I'm a fat American. I'm suffering in silence now. You know I'm hungry. Which means I gotta wrap up. I gotta go get me some grub. Alright, that's that. Thank you all for joining. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And unfortunately, once again, won't be back until Wednesday. I promise we'll be done soon. We'll be back to some kind of like routine and schedule, normalcy soon. TM. Yeah. All right, y'all. I will see you when I see you. Bye-bye.